Okay, well, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we just had our TID board meeting, our Tax Increment Development District meeting. Now we're going to start with the work session of Las Cruces City Council. Today is Monday, April 25th, 2022. It's approximately 1:42 p.m. So we're going to start off with our pet of the week, our pets of the week, and Jennifer Martinez from our communications office will be introducing them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office. And today I have another cat and dog to share with you, and I will begin with Patricia. Patricia was raised outside until a lady brought her into the shelter. She learned quickly to schmooze with the staff, and they all think she is very friendly. She hopes to find a family and to move into a forever home. And then we have Blue. This guy is a little bit older. He's 5 years. He's about 60 pounds and is so full of love. He knows how to sit, and he is very respectful while taking treats. Blue can get a little excited when he's put on a leash to go outside, but he is open to getting some training in that department. And if you'd like to meet Blue or Patricia, you can call the Animal Services Center. The number is 3820018. You do have until the end of Saturday to take advantage of the Spring Fling promotion. That's a reduced adoption fee. All adoptions are $50 until the end of April. And there is an adoption event at the NMSU Alumni Pond this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, next is going to be our jobs of the week. And Dr. Payadis, our Deputy Director of Economic Development, will be presenting those.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. For today's Jobs of the Week, we will be having a Recreation Services Coordinator, and this will be with the City of Las Cruces, paying $19.51 per hour, and this position will be closing on May the 9th of 2022. There's also 5 positions available as plumbers, and this is with Las Cruces Plumbing and Gas LLC. The salary for these positions was not disclosed, and these positions will be closing on the 7th of May of 2022. There's also a position available as Veterinary Lab Specialist, and this is with New Mexico Department of Agriculture at New Mexico State University, paying between $15.43 an hour to $19.41 an hour, depending on the experience, and these positions will be closing on May 6th of 2022. There's also a position available with Southeast Electric Incorporated, and they're looking for an experienced journeyman or apprentice electrician. They're paying between $16 an hour to $25 an hour, depending on the experience, and these positions will be closing on the 10th of June of 2022. There's also, Las Cruces Village is also looking for a licensed practical nurse. The position for here is paying $22.50 to $28 per hour, depending on the experience, and these positions will be closing on the 18th of May of 2022. Additionally, some of the workforce events that we're going to be having, the Las Cruces Job Fair is scheduled for Thursday, May 12th at 2 p.m. at the Las Cruces Convention Center. And again, we can make this possible thanks to our partnership with New Mexico Workforce Connections. For a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, please visit www.employnm.com. And we also have www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And we pasted a picture of the Las Cruces Job Fair flyer right in there. So we will also be distributing these for you so that you are able to attend and distribute among your networks for businesses that are willing to hire or for job seekers that are looking to find employment. In this specific job fair, we're putting special emphasis for individuals that are transitioning out of the military to get into a job in Las Cruces and with some of the businesses that are going to be in there. Finally, the information for the New Mexico Workforce Connections Office. Their phone number is 524-6250, and they're located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, Las Cruces, New Mexico, and here are downtown Las Cruces. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Payadis. Okay, so next we're going to go to our 3 items on the agenda. And the first one's going to be a progress report on Realize Las Cruces, and Catherine Harrison-Rogers will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I'm going to go ahead and open this. Bear with me 1 second. There it is. We've been here a couple of times before. This is simply a periodic progress report on our development code update known as Realize Las Cruces. We have our consultants with Fries and Nichols here to give the presentation. You may recognize Karen Perez, one of our consultants locally with the firm. We also have Erica Craycraft on the line to be able to answer any questions you all might have. And ultimately, I'd just like to tell you kind of where we are. We're about a year through. We started this last spring, and we have worked through a couple of sections. We're still very much in draft form, and we anticipate that the final draft will be available and for review this fall sometime. And then, of course, we'll go through the public hearing process and ultimately be adopted early next year. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Karen so she can talk about the details about where we've come and where we are and where we're going. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Catherine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to thank you for inviting us to give you an update on this. We're excited about it. We still have a little bit of work to go, but we'll try and whiz through this. A lot of this is a repeat of what you've heard before and what Catherine just said, so I will skip ahead as quickly as possible. Or I could, no, there we go. You've met the team before, so I'm going to go ahead and skip through that. Erica is on the phone. We tried to double team on the phone, but we weren't able to do that. Myself, Fred Lopez, and Dana Kyle, who's our local attorney. We wanted to go through really quickly, update the code process, go through the design standards, the draft highlights, go through our next steps, discussion, and Q&A if you have anything when we're still done, and just overall provide a status update on the project's process. On the code update scope, just a reminder, the major review are the items on the left-hand side: zoning map, subdivision, the design standards, drainage and flood control, and the signs. The ones on the right-hand side had minor updates to them. They're also included in the code. That's outdoor lighting, historic preservation, cross-connection control, excavations, and curb cuts. The code update process, we started phase 1 in March of 2021, went through September 2021. That was primarily our diagnostic. Looking at the code, we are right now in phase 2. It's an overall 24-month process. We're about halfway through. The plan, vision, and the implementation, these are based on the Elevate Las Cruces Comprehension Plan. So as we go through, we did the diagnostic that was primarily to understand the current codes and plans, hear from people who use the code, so improve and retain what you've got, and ended with the development of that code diagnostic. So that's the game plan that updates the code overall. Our presentation in August, we went through our diagnostic process and the diagnostic report, got your feedback and direction and from staff, and kept on going. So while preparing the diagnostic and the update, the major guide is that Elevate Las Cruces. Elevate had a robust public engagement process. It outlined policies, recommendations, and our intention on the code, or the city's intention of the code, is intended to implement the community's vision that was developed during the Elevate process. The plan had over 200 recommendations related to the code update, and we refer back to that constantly for guidelines for the plan. These are the list of some of the people that we determined, and again, this is a little confusing, but I'm going to say it again. These are the people that use the code on a regular basis. They come in, they submit things, they follow the rules. So council, obviously, and the rest of the folks there. These are not the only people that were engaged in the process. This is the code user portion. So they're the ones that understand the issues and with the current code and are kind of our guiding board on that. We also had virtual open houses because this was during COVID. And so, but this open house is still open for any additional input. And we did get a lot of input through the process. Some people don't like the electronic stuff, people of my generation probably, but they were good. They were good about that, and everybody got better in COVID. So currently we're in phase 2. We're about halfway. So we're drafting the code document in segments, working closely with staff to prepare the drafts and share for feedback from the community and from everybody involved. Code adoption is expected in the spring of 2023, and our last phase, which is the refinement and adoption, is about a 6-month process. Phase 2 in this drafting of the overview is revising the sections that we talked about. We presented back in January in the general divisions and the subdivision regulations. Today we wanted to go through and highlight some of the design standards that we've been working on. So the design standard chapters includes 9 subsections that are all right here that relate to the physical improvement of the land. So that's lot design, drainage, roads, parks and trails, outdoor lighting, tree preservation, we were talking about trees earlier, landscaping, fencing, screening, and signs. So going through on the roads and rights of way, we've updated the cross sections to implement the complete streets, and this is based on the recommendations in Elevate and also the active transportation plan. These are the modifications that are also intended to implement the complete streets. And let's see, includes requirements for shared bike lanes, multi-use paths, all of the elements that you see on the cross-section for complete streets. This isn't the only cross-section, but it's the most complete cross-section that we have, just as an illustration.
Excuse me, just one second, Karen. I'm going to have to step out for just a moment, but just in case they hadn't heard, I don't know if I had you state your name. This is Karen Pettis. In fact, she was a former county commissioner, I think, in 2006 to the 14, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
And she's fluent in Spanish, so you can talk to her in Spanish if you want, okay? So I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
No one told me we were doing that, but okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so on roads and right-of-ways, clarifying the TIA, the traffic impact analysis triggers, the timing criteria. So we have less interpretation or the perception of interpretation or subjective assignment of TIA requirements and something that's very well defined. That should take some of the burden off of staff and people accusing of subjectivity or irregularity in how those are applied. So we're doing a lot of work on that, and we've gotten great recommendations from staff. We're adding block lengths for walkability. So in the city, those are shorter. In the rural areas, they're a little bit longer. But that was a very clear recommendation in the Elevate. Also, we've updated the clear sight triangle requirements. And if you're not aware of what those are, but the ability to pull up to a corner and be able to see there's a triangle that's established, we're aligning those with the AASHTO requirements. There were some inconsistencies there. And subdivision access points and connectivity, added requirements for the number of subdivision access points for a larger subdivision. So it's a minimum, there's a minimum for 2 for the fire code, and we've added additional just to make sure that the connectivity index requirement is met for new subdivisions and to encourage that walkability and the interconnectability of subdivisions. Drainage, flood control, and erosion, big one here. Impact on adjacent and downstream properties we've added. Some of the annexed areas, while we have very clear guidelines of on-site ponding and not allowing the area where the water drains off the property to impact those downstream properties in the city limits, in the areas that have been annexed and were originally kind of a water on, water off, and some of those discharge points were shifted and impacted those properties. We're making sure that that is well-defined and that people are aware that when you combine a whole bunch of arroyos and make a really big arroyo, it creates a lot of damage. The maintenance of private drainage systems, where we have those regional ponds and everyone thinks that somebody else is going to take care of them. They fill up with sediment, weeds, trash. That's going to be very clearly defined and give provisions for codes to be able to do enforcement on that and update every 3 years to go through and make sure that that maintenance is being done, that the structures are in place. It's a little bit of extra tracking for staff, but well worth it. So there's a clear line of responsibility, and we don't have these ponds full of stuff that don't retain the water that they were designed to. Looking at utilities and flood zones, and again, this applies possibly to the annexed areas more than anything else. I had a really fun time putting sewer lines in arroyos. So you can see the manholes through there. Probably not the best idea that has been had, and there will be some guidelines in there about any kind of utilities, but particularly sewer, because of the possibility of infiltration and overflow. And the last part is on slope and pond vegetation, making sure that the erosion is taken care of on the slopes and encouraging vegetation in lieu of things that don't allow the water to percolate, recharge the aquifer, but still maintain that slope on the side so you don't get that erosion and that additional sediment that fills in ponds or is carried downstream by the arroyos. So that's something that is better defined. We've also looked at hillside development, different kinds of development standards, primarily, again, protecting homes from erosion, opening up very large areas, stripping it of vegetation, and having dust flying everywhere. So these are all, again, focused back at erosion. Encroachment on floodways, trying to define, I know buffers are a really sore topic, but trying to keep people from building directly in floodways if they are determined to do that, that their developer, their engineer would file a letter of map revision, so they're acknowledging it, it's in a flood zone, making sure that they file the notification with FEMA and that they've come up with a way of protecting the property that doesn't hurt the homeowner and, of course, city sewer systems. The buffers are based on watershed size. So where people say, well, you know, if I take the land that's right outside of the arroyo, if it's 25 feet or 50 feet, that's very arbitrary. It really isn't, and let me give you an example, because I know this is something we got a lot of questions on the last presentation. So when you look at watershed size, a watershed produces a certain amount of water. If it's a really big area that feeds a single arroyo or a system of arroyos, there's a lot of water in it. So when you take that and feed it into the arroyo, it tends to be a lot of water. Bigger watershed, the deeper that arroyo is going to flow, the deeper it flows, the more it eats that back. And if any of you have friends, and Las Alturas was the best example I could come up with, where we have a whole row of houses that when the county took a highway bridge and kind of tilted it a little bit, it started eating out the size of the side of the arroyo. So when you think about it flowing really deep and really fast, the arroyo then does what we call migrate. So it'll move out, and it ate their backyards all the way back up to their back patios because it just moved that a little bit. So the buffer protects the property owner, protects the person who made the investment, it protects the county and the city, whoever owns the streets. When those arroyos shift a little bit with upstream development, it starts getting deeper, it will eat out. So the buffers are dependent on the amount of water that's flowed as best as we can anticipate how much that arroyo would have a tendency to migrate. So that's the rationale behind the buffer distance. It isn't arbitrary. It's not, oh, hey, 50 feet looks good to me, because people feel like then you're taking apart a piece of their property and I can't develop in it. No, we're wanting you not to put your house in it, because there's a really good chance that that arroyo with a natural slope would have a tendency to migrate, and we're giving you that buffer to protect you, protect your investment, and protect the city, the county, anybody else with infrastructure investment, that it doesn't erode out pipe and other kinds of infrastructure as well as roads. So that's the logic behind it. I expect some very lively conversations on that one. But we're trying to come up with a guideline to at least serve as a basis of discussion. The last one is dust control, and If you didn't think about dust until the last couple of weeks, now you do. Dust control enforcement and planning for it, there's a lot of that anyway. One of the things, though, and going back to the Elevate, is trying very hard to encourage people not to strip a whole land bare and then put a whole bunch of water on it, because that makes no sense to anyone. So we encourage them to develop in smaller portions, make sure things are vegetated, use alternative dust control measures. There's something called colorfully gorilla snot, but it keeps the dust down, and it's not a water-based formula. It's more of a glycerin base. So that is there. Parks and trails. I'll stop for questions and for a breath at the end, but I'll get through this again as quick as I can. Added new parkland dedication for development with new lots or dwelling units. This is in accordance with the Parks Master Plan and the Active Transportation Plan. Trail dedication for new development where proposed trails are shown on the Active Transportation Plan, so trying to follow the plans you have in place, and establishing criteria and procedures for dedication of parks. When we get to questions, if you have questions on that, I'll get Erica to answer those. Landscaping and screening, requirements for perimeter and landscaping and interior parking islands. So what you have right now in the current code is the landscaping can be virtually anywhere on the lot, just the first half has to be on the front. At least half has to be on the front. So the new code is configured to require landscaping around the perimeter of the property and then on interior landscape islands. And that way it breaks up those big, what they call a sea of parking lot. So it'll break it up. You'll get some landscaping in the parking lot itself. Again, consistent with the recommendations in best practices, honestly, and Elevate. All of the required landscaping must be on site. Now there's a provision to allow it in the right-of-way, which is kind of irregular and could be problematic. If it's your site, it's your landscaping, it goes on the site itself. Street trees required in the parking lot on an adjacent property, on adjacent property, if not the parkway. We're working on street standards for the collector and arterial streets, and support the city's Cool Corridors initiative. And again, we talked about that in the TID meeting earlier with shade trees. So it would be either in the parkway or on the backside of the sidewalk. There's another section too on tree preservation. So this is proposing to require a replacement or a fee to remove trees larger than 2 inches caliper size. There can be a director exception if you have a heavily treed lot and you can't build, and then there's another part of that. A removal permit is required for large trees, and we're evaluating damage protection for existing trees. So this would require like a mitigation or a replacement of those removed trees or a fee in lieu so that the city can vegetate or plant trees elsewhere. Large trees would require P&Z or city council approval for removal. So trying to add those provisions to protect those existing trees from damage, construction, lighting, other places where they do get damaged. So those are all major components. Signs also, I know, a really contentious item. The Reed versus Gilbert case law, that's a 2015 U.S. Supreme Court case that prohibits cities from regulating signs purchased based on content. So if it's a real estate sign or if it's an off-premise sign, it really makes it difficult if they're content-based. In saying, okay, if it's this, then it can be this size, if it's another thing. So discouraging large billboards, they need to meet the freestanding and dimensional requirements. For example, a maximum of 50 to 200 square feet, depending on the area. So they would be regulated by those freestanding dimension requirements. The common signage plan would be required for multi-tenant lots. They would get a 15% sign area bonus That would be, see, there would be common signage required for those one development, optional for adjacent lots, and then to have a consistent look of the signs, you know, a bunch of random ones. So those are, the 15% sign area bonus would be based on the maximum size of the sign. So, and again, specific details, I'll defer to Erica on that one. Just a FAQ, code users and stakeholders. We're working primarily with city staff. The drafts are shared on the website when they're initially available. There's a technical advisory group working committee that has been established that we'll also be working with. And then community-wide input is going to be requested once there's a complete draft in the fall of 2022. So what we're trying to do is to get the really messy stuff out of the way, get it cleaned up, get the staff input, get the technical input, and then we'll put it out for private public comment. So we don't have public comment on things, edits, and you know, the random stuff in between. We're not trying to sneak anything through. We're just trying to give everyone a good, clean copy to comment on. So, based on that, any questions? I may answer them, or I may defer to Erica, who will be the voice in the sky. So,
Thanks, Karen. Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Flores, Councilor Abeta.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much. I thank you for noting that too. I thought you looked familiar, and I was like, does she look like a celebrity? Like, where have I seen her before? So.
yeah, I know. Luckily, people don't come up to me in Walmart anymore. I'm incognito most places.
Oh, well, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. I just have one question. I'm curious about how you all intend to work with the advisory committee. How do you hope and plan to incorporate that into this process?
I'm going to defer. I think Larry is prepared to talk about that. So.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Erica Craycraft with Cruces and Nichols. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse me, can you state your name again, please?
Sure. Yes. My name is Erica Craycraft with Cruces and Nichols.
Okay. Erica. All right.
Okay.
We'll get your last
Yes.
name.
And Councilor Bencomo, your question was how we'll work with the advisory committee.
Yes.
That will be a staff-led committee that will be meeting with them to review the draft. At this time, I'm not sure if the consultant team will be meeting directly with the advisory committee, but we understand that that will be led primarily by city staff.
Thank you. I'm going to call you Ms. Erica because I can't seem to hear her last name yet.
Oh, I apologize. Craycraft, C-R-A-Y,
Okay.
C-R-A-F-T.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Larry Nichols, Community Development. Early on in the process of wanting to update the zoning code, we were approached by several of the developers and design professionals and asking to have input into this update. The zoning code or land use code has not been updated for nearly 18 or 20 years. So it's well timed that we do that. But we did recognize that it needed input from the users that was mentioned earlier of the code. And so the Technical Advisory Ad Hoc Committee has been formed. Mr. Weir has done a lot of outreach. It'd be consisting of, I believe, 15 members of different sectors of the design community and development community. Architects, engineers, builders, developers, real estate agents, businessmen, and staff. And they will work with the consulting group.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. We just voted on it, so I know, you know, the makeup of it and all of that. I guess I just wondered how, you know, you hope to integrate it with the consultant. And so then is feedback going to flow from the committee to staff to the consultant?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, that will be the sequence, but they will be a coordinated meeting so that when they are completed and the outcome of that, we have reached a consensus, and be brought forward.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I just say that because I want to make sure that when we invite people to those kinds of committees, you know, we're inviting them to commit their time and their expertise, that it be heard, that feedback, that all the work that they do be taken seriously and be implemented, and, you know, in order to move forward. So I just want to make sure that that's that it's not a superficial committee. And so I think it's important that they do have face time with the consultant, and, you know, to make sure that they feel heard. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Bettis, for your presentation. You didn't go into the details about the 50 feet, the 100 feet from an arroyo. And I know for a fact, I think it's the Custer Arroyo that Mr. Nichols is very familiar with and Mr. Weir is very familiar with. And I don't know, and of course, Harrison Rogers is very familiar with too. I think we're all familiar with that because there's the Custer Arroyo, owned by the Custer brothers, I believe. And I don't know if this is fact or fiction, but the lore out there is that the Custer brothers tried to sell that arroyo to the city of Las Cruces for $1, and that the city of Las Cruces did not buy it. And I think I know why. Because a lot of developers own land. And if that's true or not, the fact remains that there is an arroyo there. So if we can, you know, get someone to dig out, you know, where the truth is, but the truth in fact does exist, that the arroyo is there, and there were homes that have been built off of Calle Abuelo and that gated area there. And I learned about that area when I campaigned 5 years ago for this seat, and I learned that I met I think her name was Mrs. White, whose house was impacted by a migrant arroyo. I mean, that's really a beautiful name, a migrant arroyo. But what arroyo stays the way it's supposed to stay? I mean, it's water, for crying out loud. So what happened to Mr. and Mrs. White was that it flooded their house. And they were told, well, if you build a 10-foot high wall or whatever, you won't have that problem. So they went out and spent, I don't know, $20,000. Well, anyway, long story short, it flooded again and again, and it affected their health. And Mr. White eventually passed away from complications that were definitely, stress-related, yes. It was, and her, when I met her, she was beside herself. My concern is that whether, and you mentioned that there, in your words, and I don't want to misconstrue what you said, but you did say that that setback or whatever it's called, 30 feet, 50 feet, make a difference. Well, of course they're going to make a difference, especially if they're that small. But I don't think that there's any engineer in the world, any hydrologist in the world, any kind of schooled person in the world who can predict how water is going to run. So, all that being said, what you've presented today, does that really address that issue? We have arroyos right and left here in Las Cruces, and the question that Councilor Bencomo asked was I agree with, the question was very good, because we just don't want lip service. We don't want, oh, we're having this community meeting and everyone's going to be there to answer questions. Who's going to be there to ask them? I mean, who? The only real stake, the community, the people who buy a home are stakeholders. But if the homes haven't been built yet, the stakeholders don't exist at that point. So we are here to make sure that we don't have that happen. So we have all this open land, and a lot of that land is already owned by developers. So how do we really regulate? How do we really make sure that we don't have another Mr. and Mrs. White situation if we haven't had one already or had more before that and not aware of it? I mean, what do we do? Is it true that the Custer brothers offered to sell it? I want to know.
David might have a
David,
better answer to that.
you-
But let me take a stab at the technical part of it. So there is a science in hydrology that's called geomorphology. So what geomorphology does is it looks at the type of soil that you have out there, a dart, and it looks at the amount of water that's coming down, and it's a predictive thing. They do a predictive model on how much that arroyo will migrate over time. It's pricey, it's a little time consuming, but it is something that can be predicted. And there's nothing saying that the buffers that are generally regulated or recommended are if you do 25 feet, then your house will never flood. That's absolutely impossible to predict. The hard part that we have, though, and what we're trying to address in the drainage standards as a whole, is when developers build upstream. So if you've got something like the county one or your example, any place where you have an arroyo, and you do that predictive model, or you put in a wall, or you gabions, or something to protect that slope, and you've left your buffer, and then somebody approves a subdivision upstream that completely changes. There's one upstream of my house, for example, that put in 85 homes. They approved it. They took 8 arroyos and they combined it into one big arroyo that happens to be the one that's in my front yard. Now I'm paying flood insurance. But it was approved. And we told them at the time, and I'm an engineer, so I got to go in and testify and say, if they do that, it's going to wipe out the front of my house. I've got vegetation all over the front, so the vegetation does work. And my house is 20 feet above that, but that's the only reason, and I still pay flood insurance. But the fact of the matter is as long as we're approving subdivisions and we have not dealt with the water on, water off, making sure that on-site ponds are working and developed properly, all these other things that we've put into the drainage code, it's a whole work in process. You can do the buffers, and you can do those drainage regulations, and you can do the maintenance part of it, and you'll be closer. Is it a guarantee? No. But I know a lot of people that come from out of town. I'm originally from Massachusetts, but I've been here for 30 years. And I know that people come down and say, well, I don't know what the big deal is about the arroyos. That thing looks dry as a bone, until it's not. And it only takes once. So again, trying to get ahead of that and do that in advance, it's going to take a lot of steps. And we've done the best we can. Staff, you have a very robust stormwater.
But apropos of ponds, Ms. Bettis, where exactly are the ponds? I mean, you have these ponds, and so you have all this land out there, and then some of it is developer-owned already, or, whatever. I mean, or it might be state land, it might be BLM land. Mm-hmm. How do you get those ponds out there? And how, and you may be an engineer, and with all due respect, I don't think that anyone can predict where water goes. I mean, I think you can have a probability, like the law of probability,
but no crystal ball.
There's no crystal ball on that. And the 100-year flood thing is also a myth. So I just want to make sure that it's true that Elevate Las Cruces, I think, is pretty comprehensive. And so the realize, what we're discussing today is hopefully consistent with that. But somehow, some of this just doesn't ring right with me. And I just don't feel. I mean, I mean, it was heartbreaking when you meet people, and then you know that they're having health issues related to stress, and they, eventually lost their home or moved. They sold their home for a song. They probably sold it for about $50,000 or $80,000. I don't know how much they sold it for, but it was a song. I mean, relative to what that property was worth when they bought it. And I just have to go on the record, I just can't imagine that happening to anybody. And I can't imagine being on a city council that would approve anything that would be, that there's no safeguards, frankly.
Right now, the safeguards are limited, and staff is doing their best to come up with a comprehensive plan that, again, looks at the drainage plan for any proposed development, that locates the ponds, that may or may not change arroyos. Anything that comes in, those are addressed. The depth of the pond, who's going to maintain it? Is it in the right place? Does it collect sediment and things, and then it doesn't hold the water anymore? All of those go into the development plan, and that's one whole set of drainage stuff.
And Ms.
The
Bettis,
buffers are another small portion of it.
but who owns the property where these ponds might be located? Who would it, I mean, would it be on developers' land and they'd say, no, it's my land, you can't tell me what to do?
I'll let him go on the development portion of it.
Okay, thank you.
David Weir, the Community Development Department. Mayor and Councilor Flores, I think your comments and statements really encapsulate why we're reviewing these ordinances and why you do it periodically. And nothing that you've said isn't something that the city staff that reviews these developments isn't aware of, or that goes and does maintenance on those.
It's on the record, Mr. Weir. There's nothing you don't know. Okay.
No. I said that we're not aware of these situations. So, and I think the development community is aware of those also, that's taking place. And so, by going through this process, we know what the issues. That's one of the reasons we did the diagnostics, to see where areas we could improve our current ordinances. The ad hoc or the technical committee that you formed, you had asked a question about how that will be used. It's another opportunity to everyone to share their experiences, also share experiences what would be a way to address these issues. And so it all needs to work together as far as going forward with the ordinance. And it even goes back to Elevate Las Cruces. Las Cruces has always taken a stance of trying to keep their arroyos as natural as possible. Everybody uses the example, well, if you go up to Albuquerque, you see all the concrete channels. I'm assuming that one of the reasons they do that is because then the channel doesn't move, it's there forever. But then you lose that natural component, that aesthetic, those open spaces in your community. And so through this process, through the updating of the codes, that technical committee, staff's experience, we're trying to find something that provides a compromise, creates livable neighborhoods, yet also makes safe neighborhoods. So I think those are all on the docket. They're all on things that we're looking at improving and addressing that. In fact, I think 2 weeks ago we had, we've overused the word robust today, but we had quite a robust discussion about arroyos and how to go about treating those. So it's on the books. We're trying to get everybody in here and come up with a way that's reasonable for the community.
And the community will be, when you're talking about community, the potential homeowner in an area like that?
I think it's the homeowners, it's the folks that do business here, it's visitors. I mean, and that's the whole reason that you have design elements, is for the public safety, general welfare, and stability of the community. And again, that's kind of why we want to review these on a regular basis.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. It sounds good. I hope it's good. Thank you. I do have a question about the right-of-ways. I don't know if that would be you, Ms. Bettis, or maybe Mr. Weir again. I don't know. Or Ms.
Or maybe Ms. Craycraft.
Karen, I need you to talk on that mic, please.
Why don't you go ahead and pose the question, and we'll draw straws.
So the right-of-way. The right-of-way is anticipated, what you presented was that would be accepted from required landscaping. And these right-of-ways are the ones that are adjacent, say, to a public road and a private property owner, a home. Is that the right-of-way you're speaking of? Or maybe Ms. Catherine knows.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Flores, are you speaking to the changes in our landscaping requirements for private property?
Well, I'm just referring to the use of right-of-way. Right-of-way, my understanding is that the city owns it, But the way it is now, the property owner that lives adjacent to that right-of-way is responsible for the maintenance. Is that correct? Más o menos?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. So why is the right-of-way going to be accepted from required landscaping? Is it because it's, I mean, that the city owns it, so why is the city being accepted from landscaping?
So I think there are a couple of answers to your question. So currently, the way the landscaping ordinances are written is that the required landscaping for a private development, they can actually put some of their required landscaping in our right-of-way. What the changes are requesting, or what they're proposing currently, is to make sure that all of the required landscaping is entirely on the private development, as opposed to putting some of it in our right-of-way. That does not exempt them from having to place street trees in the right-of-way or the parkways that may be adjacent to them. That's a separate provision. In addition to that, if a developer were to be constructing rights-of-way rather than just improving private properties for a business, for example, they would also be required to landscape those rights-of-way. But then ultimately, the city, as we are now, any of those medians are our responsibility to maintain. That's not the responsibility of a private landowner. So there are a couple of components, I think, that we're talking about.
So the right-of-way would accept, the exception would be, it would be the city. The city is the owner of the right-of-ways. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. The city is the owner of the right-of-ways, but under today's ordinance, having to do with landscaping, let's say, I'm going to give you an example. Let's say I want to open a bakery, and I'm going to build a structure on the property, and as part of that construction, that site development, I need to put in landscaping. The way the current code reads is that a portion of that landscaping I can actually put in the city's right-of-way. What happens is if the city had to come do a street project and widen those roads, that particular individual development then loses that landscaping. And under the requested changes, the entirety of their required landscaping would be on their property as opposed to putting it in the city's property. Now again, that doesn't exempt them from having to put in any required street trees as part of a proposed street tree ordinance.
Well, I want to thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Bettis, and thank you, Mr. Weir. And these are all very, I hope we get enough people from the public, the quote, community, unquote, to attend these, because I think everybody in Las Cruces is subject to flooding and arroyos and all that. I have friends who live in I think, Councilor Bencomo's district, and they have to carry flood insurance, but I don't. And I live on the east side where there are floods. So go figure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And I will tell you, in the past, before Councilor Bencomo took office, the city was able to, I think it was the El Molino project, when we were able to complete that, probably help 300 or 400 residents eliminate their flood insurance, which is pretty expensive. So that was good. And look forward probably to some other projects in the future to do that as well. So, Councilor Abeta, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Pettis. I had a clarifying question just in regards to parks on the dedication, and if they were looking at what types of plots are being dedicated. In my district, we do have a very specific problem with having retention ponds as our parks only, and so our usage is very, very limited because of that.
Can I defer that to you, Erica? Do I still have her?
You can, but I'm also going to defer it to Dawn.
Oh, is she?
So, hello, everyone. This is Dawn Warwick. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. So if I understand the question, it has to do with whether any areas that are subject to flooding or have other environmental constraints are being considered as areas for parkland. There are criteria that will be written into the parkland dedication ordinance that establish that the parkland needs to be usable. It needs to be areas that are accessible and ideally areas that connect to other amenities or the trail network. So we are looking for areas that become usable park space as opposed to just the unbuildable part of a property that may not really be useful for the purpose of recreation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Perez. As far as the codes and the map that develop the development and the general provisions, I had a situation related to the historic district, and I know Mr. Nichols is familiar with this. As it relates to noise and the railroad and sort of a copulation of some ordinances and such. How are you connecting those and making them better or trying to align them? I know.
That's okay. Catherine Harrison Rogers with staff again. Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, the consultant is currently working on the zoning portion of that. Unfortunately, part of what we're reviewing doesn't include necessarily noise ordinances. That's something that's elsewhere in the municipal code. I'm familiar with some of the issues that you're speaking of. But as we look forward to rezoning the city, looking at those maps, looking at some of our zoning districts, we're trying to align what types of uses are most compatible, what types of aesthetics are most compatible. But we're not quite there yet. They are actively working on that. I haven't even seen a copy because it's still in draft form, but hopefully we'll mitigate those conflicts between neighbors, as that's something we strive to do always.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. And then the triangle requirements. I wasn't familiar with the definition or the concept until a few days ago, and then had a pretty interesting conversation with the individual about that. Now, can you talk to me about what the concept is gearing up for? Is that, you said, so I'm thinking it's for cars, so you have all that, but is it also for pedestrians and bicyclists as well? Because it feels like that triangle requirement really encourages more cars on the road. So super concerned about it, but you all are the experts. Talk to me about what that is and if it includes also bicyclists and pedestrians.
So as I'm not an engineer, and clear sight triangle really is an engineering term, I'm going to maybe defer to Karen, but we do have clear sight triangle requirements now, and it really is about safety. So can a driver see the pedestrians or the cyclists coming when they're at an intersection? But I'm going to look to Karen to maybe provide a little bit more information about that.
She did a really good job with that. So a clear sight triangle.
And she gave me a real visual too.
Yeah, I wish I had a picture of it. So if you pull up to a corner, if you do not have a clear sight triangle, have you ever pulled up to a corner and there's a tree there?
Yeah.
Or the wall goes to a
Yes.
90-degree angle and you have to literally pull into the street to be able to see right and left. And by that time, you've killed whatever bicycle is crossing. I had one, the folks in the motorized wheelchair. I used to drive a Honda Ridgeline, and I had somebody on Picacho, could not see them. They didn't have the flag or or anything right there, and I could not see down the road. So I pulled out just enough, and I was going to make my right turn, and luckily they hit my door, and I avoided running them over. But that's the kind of thing we're trying to avoid. So it's a clear sight triangle, exactly what it says. So if you come up, it should be far enough back from the intersection that from where you stop with the little white bar, if you're lucky enough to have one, you should be able to see all the way right and all the way left. And it should be well back from that sidewalk. So if you have a bicyclist or somebody in a motorized wheelchair or a woman walking with a stroller, anybody, you don't want to run over anybody, but it really gives you that clear sight all the way back several feet on either side to be able to see. So if you have a wall by St. Genevieve's, the electric company put in some walls there. See how they have those weird diagonals on the corner? That's exactly what they were trying to prevent, was not having that big old wall blocking on either side so you can see. So it's so you don't have to pull out on the intersection to be able to get get through. So the only thing we're doing with that, AASHTO does highway standards, short version, and I don't even know if I could tell you what all that the acronym means. What we're doing is we're matching their standards, so nobody can come in and say, well, that isn't exactly like AASHTO. Apparently there are some discrepancies. So we'll refer back to the AASHTO version of it, which is the same thing. It's just a national standard. We want to make sure that we're in line with that.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. And then on slide 19, you talked about something that piqued my interest related to, and will you
How do I go?
turn it back, move it back?
I see. Sad that I don't know how to run that. So engineers have their limitations too.
Or maybe
Okay.
not. No, it wasn't.
What did it pertain to?
Okay, I'm trying to think why I wrote this, and this isn't quite where I was going, but where does the piece where the utility, like similar to alleyways, where back a couple of years ago, Parks, and I think through David Dallahan, did a whole assessment about those areas specific to city maintenance. And there were some that was, they identified all of them and they said, okay, this is no longer, we are no longer going to maintain this area. And I have several where I live where they sort of picked up the sign, end of city maintenance. So then I said, well, this is interesting because you didn't let anybody know. And so are the neighbors aware that they're required to maintain? So what happens is trash, sometimes water, right, collects there. I'm imagining there's some drainage issues there. And so where are you at with that discussion, if it's come up, in terms of how to maintain those specifically?
Yeah, alleyways are their own. I'm going to have to defer to staff on that. That is not something that's come up in our review that I'm aware of, but you're correct. They do have city utilities in them, electric. Some of them are floodways, and they do back up on properties, but I am not sure where we are in alleyways.
Will you put an asterisk on that and just make sure that that's being addressed? I think it's an important one, because when you make decisions like we're no longer going to maintain them, that really puts the burden on the several neighbors that aren't even aware. Right? Like they're not aware that they should be maintaining their parkway. So it's those kinds of things that I think are important for the city to take under consideration, and maybe this technical group to really look at and put forth some good provisions, and then how we communicate that out with the public. And
I think I can give you a specific example of that. My son bought a house on Willow and Ash, and that area between those long, skinny, funny-looking houses that he bought one of has somebody's built their property right into the alleyway, literally right up on and blocking city utilities. So when he had to get his city utilities turned on, there you have this alleyway and this person who's blocking the entrance, and that is definitely something that I've noticed.
Right, okay.
But we'll make a mark of that.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. And then I was interested in the tree, that whole pane and for removal and such. And I'm only familiar with the trees in the parks and certain areas that become a real problem that the city has to take down, right? And so I know that I see Sonia in the back there. I know we were going to have a tree assessment and a plan, and making sure that we do you get folks that come and want to remove large, more mature trees? I didn't know that that was an issue.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, I'd like to give you a really good example of where this tree ordinance may have helped the city. It's a little too late.
The downtown and
Well,
the Amador, for one.
I was going to say the old Las Cruces Country Club.
Oh, yes.
So if this ordinance had been in place prior to basically, where we are today, those trees could have been at least replaced or maintained.
Yes, okay, good point, Catherine. And then I'm thinking about those places where you talk about medians, and especially those that the state has overseas, and they put the cement medians, and how I think it probably doesn't do well as it relates to the heat element and such. How are you working with entities like that? And I mean, I often get lots of criticism about some of the things that we've done on Picacho, and we often say that's the state plan. But how are you taking that under consideration as it relates to state projects, and would they have to follow very specifically? I don't think we should put cement. I think we should put vegetation and trees and those things, just given climate change and what we're trying to do to reduce the heat corridors.
Councillor Gandara, members of City Council, I think those are all really excellent points. We do try to work closely with the DOT when they do their projects, and perhaps this is maybe another point of discussion with them as we move forward and try to collaborate on projects. In terms of our own roadways and private roadways, these new draft codes are considering more robust landscaping, street trees, things of that nature. Hopefully, we'll be able to add some trees to the city with the implementation of these codes.
Yeah, I love the way, Telshore by the hospital, of what that looks like, and why can't we mimic that and scale it out throughout the city? And when I think about how beautiful it could have looked down on Picacho instead of just cement, right, medians, I think we really need to, and I don't know what the parameters are, Catherine, so I'm recommending that we put something like that forward, and they have to adhere to that. It never really made sense to me, their answers to why they did what they did, but anyhow, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Anybody else? I have one quick question, Karen. Can you go back, or if you recall what it was regarding the billboards? It seemed like you had, is this for new billboards or existing billboards?
I believe this is for new billboards, and I'm going to defer to my colleagues on that one. Erica?
Yes, that's correct, new billboards.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we currently have is sufficient. I mean, we're not looking to remove or do anything with those.
The existing billboards, that's correct. We would not be requiring those to be removed.
Okay, all right, thank you. So is that it? We're for our presentation? Is there members of the public who wish to ask any questions on this? Okay, all right, well, thanks, Karen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item is going to be the fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed budget and CIP. And Matthew Sines is scheduled to discuss. How did you get that cursor so big, or your pointer, and yellow?
I'm not sure it was like that. Maybe it was Scott Moore. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines, Interim Chief Budget Officer. I want to welcome you to our second budget work session for fiscal year 2023. So we are in compliance with this meeting according to our city charter, and we are required to provide council with the budget 60 days prior to the start of the beginning of the fiscal year. So for today, I will provide a financial snapshot of what our budget looks like at this time. Then I'll turn it over to Ms. Sarah Cundiff, Management Analyst, to discuss the Capital Improvement Program. And we also have IT Director, Mr. Scott Marr, to discuss the Technology Improvement Plan. But first, we'll start off our discussion with Dr. Monica Torres and the Economic Outlook. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Monica Torres with Economic Development. I will be presenting the Economic Outlook. Labor force and employment have both been recording gains since their lowest levels in April 2020. Labor force as February 2022 preliminary data gained about 2% as compared to pre-pandemic levels in February 2018, and about 1% as compared to February 2021. On the other hand, employment as of February 2022 gained about 3% as compared to February 2018, and about 4% as compared to February 2021. On regards to preliminary data on unemployment, there's an unemployment rate of about 3.8%, which is significantly lower than the level seen in 2020. And while most sectors recorded gains during March 2022 as compared to March 2021, leisure and hospitality grew about 33%. There was an increase of about 2,200 workers in March 22 as compared to March 2021. And we've seen levels higher than pre-pandemic in March 2018. I'm gonna send Mati.
Thank you, Monica. So this year's theme is continuity and growth, and this is a sneak peek at our budget book. I just want to give a special shout out to our very own Carla Walton, who has provided our budget book covers over the last several years. As always, this year's photo is phenomenal. So our proposed budget summary for this year, our budget is fairly conservative. As you heard earlier today, excuse me, our revenues are moderately aggressive. On our revenue projections, we have seen some changes in our revenues to destination-based sourcing, as well as we're receiving cannabis excise tax on that. And currently, we are 10% above our projections for the current year. So I want to mention real quick that we did not increase gross receipts tax or property tax. We also took into consideration some of the council priorities that we got some feedback on at our budget retreat, and we're also tying those to Elevate and our strategic plan. So just as a recap, for our budget considerations for the year, salaries and benefits, we provided a 3.5% merit increase. We budgeted negotiated contracts. We also budgeted for the health insurance, an increase from 60% to 80% on the employer, with the potential increase of 4% at mid-year. We're also budgeting open positions at 6 months and providing the para increase at 0.5%. Just want to also point out that we did have 37.5 requests for new positions, and we're also budgeting $500,000 for cannabis tax. So taking another look at council priorities from our budget retreat, our top votes were for affordable and obtainable housing, pavement condition index, and health complex. But we want to give you a full list of all our priorities and estimated budget amounts to show you that we are moving on a lot of these items. So the first category is for community prosperity under the category business development. We have cannabis business zoning and training at $5,000. Under community service, we have continuation of community events. We have several departments with events in here, including police department and Visit Las Cruces at $321,000. Under equity, we have guaranteed basic income. This amount is still to be determined pending the ARPA second tranche funding process. Housing diversity, affordable and obtainable housing, also housing for seniors and disabled. We have $1.2 million budgeted in the Affordable Housing Trust and HUD programs, and we're still looking for additional opportunities to address these needs through grants and bond funding. Under redevelopment, we have the El Paseo Corridor and Solano MRA, which is the Metropolitan Redevelopment Area. And we have $150,000 allocated for each, so a total of $300,000. Under transportation, we're still looking for opportunities for to provide free public transportation on that. Parks and Recreation, we have specific projects that were named for that. We have Burn Lake, which is a carryover to complete the project at $228,000. We have the Tony Gomez Park Master Plan, which includes Franger Park at $40,000, and the Villa Mora Dam at $623,000 for a park study. So our total for community prosperity is at $2.7 million. Under education and community services, we have community service for the animal service, community education, low cost spay and neuter. We're still trying to determine some funds for that. Under senior services, we are planning for an aging population. We have $2 million allocated to that. This includes several events from quality of life, also renovations to the Munson Center and expansion of Sage Cafe. Youth programming, we're looking to address education, alienation, and bullying, disperse youth services and scale those to impoverished areas, and then also provide some funding for the Police Athletic League. Our total is $601,000. Total for education and community services is $2.5 million. Under the theme environmental sustainability, business development, the request was to provide state funding to assist low and moderate income households for residential solar. With this, our grant team is looking at funding opportunities at the federal level. With our state anti-donation clause on that, it might be a little bit difficult on that. So we're looking for alternatives on this one. Business development, we're looking for state funding. Oh, I'm sorry, I just went over that. So total for environmental sustainability is to be determined. Next, we have capital infrastructure. There were several projects requested here. Some of these projects, such as the Lowman and Roadrunner project, will be completed in this fiscal year. Others, such as the flyover bridge on Elks, we recently submitted a raised grant application of $25 million on that. And some of these were just jumping on our radar, such as the Engler and Madrid underpass. So total dedicated to the capital improvement infrastructure at this point is $17.8 million. Public safety, health-related services, we had the health complex, mental health issues, and mobile crisis program budgeted at $1.8 million for $200,000 for the health complex feasibility study and $1.6 for the MIH and CIT. So this is a look at the whole city budget. Our first column is our original budget. That's the budget that was adopted for the fiscal year 22. And then we have our FY23 proposed budget from there. So our general fund increased 16%. I'll go a little more into that here in a second. We have other operating funds. It looks like it's down 21% at this point. I just want to remind you that we're still in the process of entering some of our budget. At the time of the budget preparation, we still hadn't entered our vehicle acquisition fund expenditures. And we do have that for you here today, a list for you. But for our final budget, we'll have that number for you. So it won't be down 21%. Special Revenues Fund is where we keep the operating grants for federal and state, anything that's bound by state statutes, things of that nature. Increase of 29%. Over the last year, we did receive ARPA funding for that, so that will justify the increase on that. Debt service funds are down 4%. We're paying down on our debt. Capital Projects Fund is also down 5%. Public Works is making progress on a lot of their projects. And Enterprise Fund is increased 7%, which is more of our business type related departments such as airport, transit, and utilities. Internal Service Fund looks like it's down 46%. With our change to the state insurance, we are moving those expenditures to the general fund. And trust and agency funds is down 19%. Again, as I mentioned, this is just due to the timing. We are waiting on a lot of the JPAs to finish up their board adoption for their budget. So this number will be different for our final adoption. Overall, so far, our FY23 proposed budget is over $500 million, $505 million, which is a 1% increase over the year. So this is a look at the city budget. So we have general fund at 26%, other operating funds at 1%, special revenue funds at 5%, debt service funds at 4%, capital project funds at 22%, enterprise funds at 34%, internal service funds at 4%, and agency funds at 4%. So just another look at our cool covers for the budget book. You can see FY21 to 22, our revised budget was $118.1 million. For FY23, we are proposing $129.2 million. This is a 9% increase in the general fund. So general fund summary, our beginning balance is 6% lower. Revenues, that is 2% higher. Again, we went into the change in distribution to source distribution for the state. We're receiving internet sales tax on a local level. Also with the cannabis tax, we expect about $500,000 for that at this point. And we'll look at adjusting that at mid-year. Expenditures have increased 9%. I'll go into that here in a little bit. Transfers out and in have decreased 50%. We took a look at a lot of these expenditures that were requested from council, and we tied them to the Telshore Fund, and we were making sure that they fall within the scope and within the language for eligible uses. So we're using some of the Telshore Fund to fund some of these projects, and we'll also discuss that here in a second. Ending balance is down 7%. Our required reserve, of course, which is based on our expenditures. So as our expenditures increase, so does our required reserve. So that increased 10%. Unreserved balance overall is down 59%, down to $2.5 million in comparison to last year. So the general fund increase, just to explain some of the increases on here, we have personnel, we have the new and reclass position and benefits at $3 million. We have the 80/20 health and dental at $2 million. Of course, minimum wage, we got hit with the $5 million on that. New operating requests from the departments. We have economic development, $177,000 for appraisal service and for their Ready Las Cruces pilot program. Human resources for the class and comp study, NeoGov, and minor equipment of $202,000. We have fire for the MIH and CIT at $456,000. Quality of life for volunteer onboarding and for their art instructors at $18,000. We have finance with a grant consultant at $125,000, and information technology, which is looking to replace their phones, and then also provide Wi-Fi upgrades and maintenance at $139,000. So taking a look at where your money comes from, we have gross receipts at $96,000, which is 78%. Property tax, which is $13.4 million at close to 11%. Excise tax for the cannabis, $500,000, which is 0.41%. We also have franchise fees at $3.9 million, which is 3%. Investment income, $100,000, 0.08%. And our other revenue sources for permits, licensings, and fees at $8.8 million. Total estimated revenue is $122.9 million. So where your money goes. You can see that personnel takes out the biggest chunk of our budget at $87.5 million. That's 67%. operating at 36.4 million at 28%, and we also have capital at 5.2%, which is 4% of our budget. Okay, so taking a look at our budget by department, I'm just going to highlight a few for you here today. So city manager, it's a little bit more than the administrative staff. So this includes community engagement, council support, facilities management, learning and development, organizational support, peak performance, and sustainability at 10.4 million. Community development is 5.8 million. They had about a 25% increase over last year. Economic development is 5 million. They had a big increase of 59%, but that's mainly due to the land acquisition that was budgeted under economic development. Fire increased 18.8% with a, which is a 18.8 million with a 9% increase for their CIT and MIH. Information technology is 6 million with a 4% decrease for some capital projects that were completed. Parks and Recreation is 17.6 million with a 36% increase. I do want to point out that they do have the community pool and East Mesa Rec Center that will be coming online halfway through the year. So police, they have 27.5 million with a decrease of 1% from last year, and that's due to a capital project that was completed. Public Works is 10.2 million, which is a 7% increase, and we have quality of life with 8.2 million with a 5% increase. So I just want to point out that this budget might look disproportionate. However, as you remember the previous slide, 67% of our budget is allocated to personnel. So just to give you a comparison, police department has 338 FTEs, while IT may have about 30. So taking a look at the general fund transfers, we have vehicle acquisition funds, a transfer budgeted of 1.5 million. 44,915 is for debt service on that. We'll budget the expenditures of 1.5 million. Facilities maintenance is 96,000. We have the Griggs Walnut Plume remediation at 400,000. Debt service for principal and interest payments at 4 million. GRT street maintenance is 4.5 million. We have the wastewater reclamation project debt service of 1.1 million. Transit operating at 1.3 million. Workers' compensation at 890,000. Liabilities claims at 4.3 million, and airport operations at 713,000. So our vehicle acquisition fund, we are taking council's recommendation to move towards a more economical, a more sustainable way, environmental friendly way. How do I put this? Environmental friendly way to for our fleet service. So we have everything that's being purchased is either an EcoBoost, a hybrid, or electric. So for next year, we have the airport with the electric F-150 at 60,000. Community development, also an F-150 at 60,000. Fire for their MIH program, 150, F-150 electric for 50,000. Parks and Recreation has a few mowers and 2 F-150s that they're looking at for 178,000. Quality of life, they're requesting 2 hotshot vehicles, and we're still looking for different alternatives for them on that for 112,000. Police, we are going to test out the electric vehicle Mach-E 2 vehicles, and also we're going to order 14 hybrid interceptors for over $1 million. Our total VAF is 1.5 million. So I'm just going to recap some of the new positions that were requested from the departments. We have the communications program with the digital content specialist at 67,000, community development building official at 145,000, an engineer associate at 84,000, and 2 permit technicians at 110,000. Economic development is requesting a management analyst. They are going to fund that with 50% of the general fund and 50% that is grant funded. So the impact to the general fund is 33,000. On the housing development coordinator, I do want to point out that it has an asterisk by it. So if it has an asterisk by it, that means that we are funding those through the Telshore Fund with a transfer. So Housing Development Coordinator at $78,000. Fire, 2 crisis team paramedics at $178,000. 2 licensed health professionals at $196,000. And we also have a crisis team health coordinator at $109,000. Crisis team case manager at $73,000. Information technology is requesting a Windows systems administrator at $96,000. Legal is requesting a records clerk at $41,000 and a claims adjuster at $74,000. Parks and Recreation, as I mentioned, is coming online with their community pool. They have a lifeguard request at $65,000, full-time cashier $54,000, part-time cashier $43,000, 2 certified pool operators at $115,000, 10 parks maintenance workers at $465,000, irrigation worker at $57,000, equipment operator at $61,000, and parks operation district manager at $79,000. Police is requesting 2 administrative assistants for $134,000. Public Works, we have a management analyst for salaries and benefits at $96,000 and a project manager at $85,000. Total new position request is $2.5 million. As I mentioned, we are trying to fund some of the council's requests with the Telshore Fund. So here's a look at what we are funding with those funds. So Fire, MIHCIT, and their Explorer program is $1.6 million. We have Transit, 7 electric bus matches at $870,000. We also have a health complex feasibility study at $200,000. Lift Up Las Cruces, which is the new program to address poverty, at $278,000. And we have the Police Athletic League, which includes equipment, also a coordinator and supplies at $104,000. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Sarah Cundiff. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, Matthew, can you take a couple questions real quick?
Sure, if you like.
So let me just start off with the GRT. I think the state or the governor was wanting to reduce that a little bit. That's not going to affect, I mean, that'll affect our overall GRT if she's successful in doing that?
Mayor, members of council, I'm not so sure that it impacts our GRT specifically. I don't know that it was at the state level. I'm not sure that it impacts the local level.
Hang on. Thank you, Matt. Mayor, it didn't affect this, it was only on the state only. My understanding was it didn't pass in this last legislation. She may try again, but it was only going to be on the state portion. So yes, the GRT, if it would have passed, would have gone down, but what we receive on the local level, no, sir, it did not affect us.
Okay, the second one is, and I know I left the budget retreat early, but I noticed you had the GBI there, so you had a majority of council that supported that?
Let me go back to that slide real quick.
All right, oh, you just passed it.
Oops. Thank you, Mayor.
Or
Did I pass it again?
Yeah, one more, go back. Right
we go.
there.
This thing is
Community
sensitive.
property equity guarantee.
That was one
base.
of the requests. Our top request was for affordable and obtainable housing, also for the pavement condition index, and what was the last one? Well, those were the top 2 on that. This was just one of the ones that was brought to our attention. So I'd have to go back and look at the results on that, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay, well, you have to be determined, so.
To be determined. This was originally requested from the first round of the second tranche of ARPA funding. So just depending on what is determined through that whole process, it could potentially be funded.
Okay, and then also on the proceeds from the Paso Electric, and I know I keep bringing it up, I sound like a broken record, on the franchise fee, that 1% increase, does that include that in the budget going into the sustainability office?
At this point, Mayor, it does not.
No.
We currently went off of our agreements that we have in place. So I'll defer to Leanne if she has further information.
So Mayor, we are working with our lawyers, talking to their lawyers on that agreement right now. So I know legal might have more, but I think we're still working on it, and they're talking with each individual department. So at this time, it's still just the 2%, sir.
Okay, thanks. And then last, I take it you got with, because I noticed and thank you for the different electric vehicles. I'm surprised that you're pretty confident you can get in that Ford 150 electric, all electric, because those are hard to get.
Mayor, I will defer to Assistant City Manager E. Connie.
And has the chief seen those police interceptors? They're nice looking cars. I mean, that Ford F-150 is really hard to get if you can get it. That is an incredible truck.
Mayor Miyagishima, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and City Council, Ikani Tomopeao, Assistant City Manager. I'm working with the fleet team, Luis Vela, and he's working with the vendors. To answer your question, no. EV cars are very hard to get by. But what we've done is we know that it's a priority, and so that's why it's on here. We have a creative way where Luis is working with a rotational program where in the meantime, we don't have too many cars in the rotation, but we're looking at the departments that this is assigned to, and while they're getting built, because they won't get built for a few months, and it takes a few months to get built in addition to that. So we have a plan to take care of our needs while we're here. But again, part of this is we have priorities from council in the form of a resolution, and we just wanted to put this on here, and the team and the departments are willing to work with us, and so we'll see how we do.
Okay, well, thanks. I know Chevy just came out with theirs, although I really like that Ford. I've seen so much on that. The torque, the speed, that is incredible. So,
Can I get one?
I don't know.
We'll get you one, Mayor.
Get on the list.
We'll get you a Chevy.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. All right, thank you, Matthew.
I have questions.
Oh, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Matt. I have questions about those EVs. Yes, there is a resolution that was passed not very long ago, but it does look like, based on the presentation we had last week, I believe, that we weren't getting EVs, and now this looks like we are getting EVs, and then you say, Mr. Tamopeo, no, yes, it's not quite right. I mean, which is it? And it's not a recommendation from the City Council, it's a directive. So, and as you say, because of our directive, we expect those EVs, any future purchase, to be an EV. And my understanding is that there are that there are some purchases in the making that are not EV. So what are we getting? I mean, we get information here, there, wherever it trickles down or whatever. And it makes us, frankly, it makes us look like a, ship of fools. I mean, us up here as city councilors, you out there as city administration. And it's almost a slap in the face. I mean, we passed a resolution. I think Gil and I worked on, some of it, and so what is it? I mean, which is it, Mr. Tamopeo? I mean, you're an assistant city manager, and Mr. City Manager, you're up here. So do we pass resolutions and then people in Fleet or wherever go ahead and do whatever they want? And if that's the point, why do you have a city council? I mean, frankly, I think all of us have had successful, and some of us still have very successful careers in other places. And I think all of us are here because we're really committed to a better community, a better city, a better world. So, and I don't mean to in any way be insulting, but I am being frank. And if it's, if it's coming off harsh, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for my words. So I want to know what's going on, Mr. Peely, apropos of the EVs. And are there going to be purchases that are not EVs? And then, because they're waiting for more EVs, and then it's going to take 2 years to get those. But then in 2 years, the cars we buy now won't be broken down and rattled. So therefore, we're not going to replace those for another 10 years. I mean, which is it? What's the story, Mr. Peely, Mr. Tamalpeo?
Council, let me see if I can break down your questions.
Well,
So maybe your first question is, why do we have
resolutions?
other vehicles?
Why do we have resolutions that don't really matter? I mean, what's the
I don't know
point?
how to answer that one, Councilor,
Okay.
but let me try and answer your questions that you posed first. So you asked why we had other vehicles in the last meeting that weren't EV, and now we have EV. One of the reasons, Councilors, that was for this fiscal year, and they've been researching ways to get EVs. As you know, as you mentioned, they are difficult to get. This is for next fiscal year, and so our hope is that we're able to. And we do want to, I mean, as you can see, my hope is that when we brought this forward, that you would appreciate the fact that we're taking what you're saying, but I mean, it's showing all electric vehicles. We're going to do the very best we can to be able to get them, but they are difficult. I mean, you look at the Mach-E's, I don't even think you can order them right now, but we're going to do everything we can possible. As Ikani mentioned, we have a rotation that we're going to keep rotating them through until we can get them available. But I mean, I don't know how to answer the rest of those questions that you have.
Well, the question I'm asking, and it's apropos of talking about acquisitions and electric vehicles, I'm asking for an answer regarding, because I sat up here, I think Mayor Pro Tem Gandara said last week, oh, we should pass a resolution. I said, we have a resolution, and we do have a resolution. And yes, you're talking about last year's fiscal year, but that resolution was passed last year. I don't know the exact date, but the directive was that by a date certain, everything would be electric, and that date certain has come and passed, I believe. And if I'm wrong about that, okay, I'm wrong, but I don't think I am about the dates. And I don't know if our city clerk can bring that resolution up, but I think the date has come. And I think then that, I know we have general fund reserves, I know we have this, that, and the other, but I think all of us up here as a city council feel very strongly about, we just don't celebrate Earth Day once a year. I mean, so, well, that's a different thing. I just want to know what the story is, Mr. Peely, and who makes those decisions. Does someone who's doing purchasing say, we just can't do it? We just can't, irrespective of what city council said. And that's something that I don't want to be privy to, but it's not, that conversation is between you and that employee. But again, I mean, we come back to the same thing. It's like, I know that each one of us up here works very hard to really carry out policies and that affect everyone. So, yeah, and if you want me to clarify another question, I will, but I know I said a lot and kind of run on and on.
So, that's fine, Councilor. So we are planning to come back with our sustainability officer to
Yes.
talk about what has been done. When it was mentioned in council meeting, I wasn't prepared, and I'm not prepared to tell you what has been done, the history, but our sustainability officer will be able to tell you what has been done, what hasn't. But all we can say is that we know that in this fiscal year, this is it. This is all the vehicles we're purchasing, and as you can see, they're all hybrid. They're either you have one hybrid, or you have hybrids, and you have electric vehicles. And this is this is what we're trying to do to make sure that resolution is being implemented.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Peely, and I hope we don't come back a year from now saying, oh, we're still trying to get those, and in the meantime, we buy non-EVs or whatever.
Well, and I think what what Ikani's trying to say is that that's out of our control. I mean, we're going to try what we can, but there are some things that are still on backup. You can't even order some of these things yet, but we're going to do everything we can possible. But I don't know if Ikani has anything to talk about on some of the efforts, but we will come back with our sustainability officer, give you a presentation on what our plan is.
Well, then we need to know what the feasibility is of purchasing these cars, and then we have to also assess whether the cars we have now can exist for that projected period of time. And I know that we know very well that our police officers and probably our firefighters are probably aching to get better vehicles all around. But I'm just wondering, and this isn't anything new. I know that when Nathan Small was a city councilor, he was, and that was, I think, before you were born, Mr. Peely. No, I'm just kidding. Before some of you were born. No, I mean, it's been, and Councilor Sorg, always pushing for this. So, I just don't know how long it's going to take for us to really bite the bullet on this and really get serious with what we're doing. And again, I think I've said this before, and I don't want to feel the way I feel right now. I mean, it's not a good feeling to think that we're doing all this for naught. And so, and it's not like putting, Ikani on the spot or Matt for presenting or you for being city manager, because all this has been in the making. But I do, really have to pipe up. So do you want me to rephrase the question, or is there anything else I can do for you? Ikani, may I clarify something for you?
Mayor Miyagishima, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, and Councilor Flores and City Council, thank you so much. Councilor Flores, I hear you loud and clear, and I just wanted to share some information. Maybe it will highlight what the staff has been doing. One thing that I can understand is 2 weeks ago, or last week, was it last week when it was presented? I should have come up to the microphone, and I didn't, because essentially this plan that you had here was already planned, but this was for FY23. What was presented to you was the current, was an adjustment made in this current year. But I just wanted to share with you, it wasn't that that was done, that happened, and then we started rushing to change this. I just share that as a point to let you know that this is on the top of our minds when we're talking in budget meetings, and we're talking in fleet, and we're talking with our vendors. But also, before these are purchased, we have FY22. In FY22, we actually have our first EV vehicles right now that are getting purchased in PD. This is for community advocates and victim advocacy. 4 EV vehicles. These are Hyundai's Kona. These are sub-packed SUVs, and these are being ordered and purchased. And also for clarification, so we have some in this budget getting purchased and ordered. I want to clarify, the only reason why I shared the rotational schedule, that we're looking into a creative rotational schedule, is because the EV vehicles are not ready right now. They won't be ready to be built, what they're saying, as early as later this year. One idea is to wait until they are ready and then make the order, which probably won't be till FY24, but we didn't want to do that. So what I was just sharing was we made these purchases so that we can already be in the queue to order, so that we're not pushing and making excuses to you, Councilor Flores, and to the rest of City Council. But in the meantime, while they're getting built, we have a rotational program of cars to meet the needs of these new employees who are coming in that need these cars. And that was the only point of it. We didn't want to delay and make excuses when they're ready, but that's that side on what I was trying not to confuse you on the rotational schedule of cars. Additionally, to that, I also wanted to to share that there's infrastructure needs that we have to be ready as well. So even if all the EV vehicles were ready today, the other side of things that we're really working hard to get is ensuring that our facilities are ready to charge and that we have electrical power at all our buildings. And City Hall is just one of many, and we have outdated buildings, and we have to make sure that electrical infrastructure is there. So there are other things in addition to are the cars ready. We have to get our facility side to that end. And we're really doing our best to get there. We have our team coming on board, and we're going to do a facility assessment. But I hear you, Councilor Flores, and I appreciate your directness because we as staff are ready for the task and challenge, and we've been doing our best to step up to this challenge and find a good way to test these EVs, because what we hear is that you have these 1.0 models. Let's test them. If they work in PD, these electric Mach-E Mustangs, then maybe we'll get a little bit more. But we're really in this testing phase, but we, in addition to testing, we want to execute, we want to implement what you and council have directed us.
Mayor, if I may, can you explain, maybe give some more background, or if others can give some more background as to why we haven't purchased police vehicles till now? Because I know we've been looking at that for, at least since I've been here, we've been looking at different types of vehicles. But can you give some background as to why we don't have them today, and maybe kind of go through some of the, I wasn't prepared last time, but if some of you can talk about the process we've gone through. I'll have Luis
and Chief come up. Chief, if you want to come up, I'll let them speak to it.
Good afternoon, Police Chief Miguel Dominguez for the record. Mayor, Mr. Peely, the Ford sends out their test vehicles to two different agencies. It's Michigan State Police and LA. So they get all of the test vehicles. The EVs that we're talking about right now is the Mach-E. Really nice vehicles, but they were custom made for those agencies that the testing process still isn't complete with them. So in checking with the folks that get our vehicles, we look to see if they're even available. Right now, there isn't a police vehicle that's ready-made by Ford as a police vehicle. So if we were to purchase those two electric Mach-Es, we would have to customize them in Albuquerque with our upfitter, which would be even more expensive. So we're looking at about $90,000 until they start mass producing the upfit, the cages, the lights, everything else that goes on those Mach-Es. But there's also police interceptors, to the mayor's point, that are still in the testing process. They have produced those, but like I said, they go to the test agencies first. So they're not actually available right now for us to order.
Thank you. And then, Mayor, the other thing is, I know we looked at Mustangs. I want to give some more explanation. Mustangs, I mean, as far back as maybe a year, like I said, when I first got here, I got the material on my desk. From my understanding is those Mustangs are not big enough to carry all the equipment and to be equipped for police service. I mean, it looks good on magazines and stuff, but can you speak to that, or if there's anybody else that can?
Mayor, Mr. Peely, the Mach-E is the Mustang. The Mach-1 is the Mustang, the actual Mustang. Mach-E is the electric answer to that. They are very compact, but like I said, they're in the test process in Michigan and LA to try to get them equipped with cages, everything else that goes with them. Those tests are still in the process. They're still not available, but if we were to be able to get them, we could customize them. I'd also like to point out that there is no reluctance from our department or from fleet to get electric vehicles. It's just that they're not available right now.
Okay, well, we have Councilor Graham who has a question, and then I wanted to ask you a couple questions. Councilor Graham.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm looking at Resolution 21-152 that Christine kindly shared with us after the last session. And I think we're all looking at Roman numeral 3 here, that the city adopts an EV-first fleet policy based on availability and life cycle costs to accelerate the transition of the municipal fleet to zero-emission vehicles as quickly as possible, with a minimum goal of 50% zero-emission vehicles by 2030. So sorry, the punctuation in these is terrible, so it's kind of hard to read. So obviously this resolution is before my time, but I have to say, it can be lonely to be a pragmatist, I think. I'm happy to see it worded like this. There isn't a hard date on it because it's based on the exact sort of things that I think we're speaking to here. And I'm in no way downplaying the importance of moving to an electric fleet. I'm fully supportive of that, but in a way that is not going to disrupt our major operations. I see Luis waiting to speak here, and he's probably going to speak to the same thing that I'm thinking. I don't know that we have EV techs in the fleet. So Luis just shook his head no. We do have to get ready, and I'm proud and honored to be up here to be in a position to make these kind of resolutions, but I'm also looking at the day-to-day lives of the people who use our fleet every day, need our fleet to be online, compatible with what they need, able to be repaired, and at the moment, I think we're all talking, we can't resolve greater manufacture and availability of electric vehicles right now. So I'm just coming here to say, I understand the importance, but I'm not going to turn down a request from police, fire, parks, saying we need a vehicle now, and I'm going to say, oh, yeah, sorry, wait 2 years. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. Thank you all. I'm next, so kind of weird to do this, but.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
Will you allow the gentleman in the blue to speak?
Luis, I think. Yes?
He's come up to the podium,
Luis.
and I'm curious what he has
Yes,
to
please.
say.
We'd love to hear from you and get an idea of your day-to-day, and welcome, and hello.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem Canada, members of the City Council. My name is Luis Vela, for the record. I am your City Fleet Manager, and I'm here to answer any questions you would like about the EV initiative, but I hope everybody's having a wonderful, beautiful Las Cruces day, okay? So, right now, I'm working with Ford, Hyundai, and Chevy on the vehicle initiative. It was under my understanding, after speaking to retired Mayor Pro Tem Sorg, that the resolution was for 2030 for 50% of the eligible vehicles to be electric. What that means is if a department asks me for an F-250 with a utility bed, that is not available in electric. So right now we have, as my boss said, we have the 4 Hyundai Konas coming in, and then for next year, everything that's eligible to be electric is electric. So what Ford did is they shut down the order bank. Nobody can order. But my guy was able to order 6 F-150 Lightnings before they shut down the order bank. So he put my name on them. When are they coming in? I do not know, because the order bank is shut down until November, which means they're not going to start getting built until November. With the parts shortage that we have, with the chip shortage that we have, battery shipping, containers stuck in overseas, so we're not getting the materials. I'm having a hard time getting materials just for the existing fleet that we already have. To give you an example, I have a solid waste truck down. It's been down for probably about 6 months because we can't get an axle for it. What my boss was saying about the rotational vehicle, as people order vehicles, instead of ordering the vehicles, what I want to do is I want to rotate existing vehicles to those departments. So I want to take low mileage vehicles and then rotate them to those high mileage vehicles and put those high mileage vehicles on the low mileage use. For example, I have 4 F-250s in the bank. Well, not in the bank, I'm sorry. I have ready for LTI for disposition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to LTI them to bring them back into the fleet and then distribute them with the other departments that need trucks instead of ordering brand new trucks. This will buy me the time for when Ford says, boom, you guys can order, I'm going to start ordering them. So like I said, I have the 6 with my name on them. I have the Mach-E's are a little tricky. As Chief was saying, the test phase, Michigan State Police is testing, but they have not released all the data. So they released 2 points of data. They released speed per lap and then charge per lap. So they do 5 lap runs. Each lap is about 1 hour and 40 minutes, and then they give us the charge time on that. They didn't give us temperatures. They didn't give us handling. They didn't give us acceleration, stopping, any of that stuff. So it's kind of in the test phase. So to give you an example of where we're at, New York NYPD ordered 185 Mach-E's to be delivered in July. So they're not actually fielded yet. They're supposed to be delivered in July. Now, with this part shortage and the order bank shortage or stop, I don't know if they're going to get it or not. So as far as training goes, we, since we're not a dealership, we cannot get GM, Ford specific training. You have to be a dealership to send your techs. So right now what we're doing is we have a company from Chicago coming out for a 4-day class next month. They're going to do hybrid training for 4 days here on site. And they're also putting together a 4-day electrical. It's only familiarization though. It's not, the courses are about 16 to 18 weeks long, 4 days a week. So these test centers are in California, Chicago, Colorado. So my techs would have to go to these sites, TDY, for this period of time. I found another company that does 2 days online, but every Saturday, 7 to 5 in California. So as far as training, I am trying to get people come down here, at least for the familiarization part of it, because it is dangerous. It is high voltage. It is high wattage. We need special equipment. So my techs are mostly diesel and gas techs and some motorcycle techs. Electric vehicles are a completely different platform, completely different. We do have the buses coming in. I don't know when they're estimated to be delivered. So my transit techs are going to the seminars, they are going to the conferences just to get familiarized with them. I have reached out to San Antonio, the city of San Antonio. I've reached out to Phoenix, Arizona, and I've reached out to Tucson, Arizona to see how are they combating these challenges of EVs and training and how they're procuring their vehicles. I'm waiting for the gentleman in San Antonio, but as you know, San Antonio's got probably about $5,000 vehicle fleet, so that gentleman is pretty busy. So I reached out to his deputy. So I'm waiting on her to get back to me. I tried to reach out to NY, New York City, but as you know, 30,000 vehicle fleet. They probably got about 10 different fleet managers in 10 different sections. So with that being said, we are, like I said, it was my understanding that we were gonna, so I got till 2030. Now I'm not pumping the brakes on it. Obviously we're full court press on this. As these vehicles are coming out, my vendors are putting my name on them because they know it's a priority for us. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Luis, thank you so much. This has been so helpful to just know that there's a plan, that you're visioning, forecasting. This is helpful. And what I would recommend, Mr. Peely, is having someone come quarterly and you know, Luis and others come and update us on where you're at. I think we're all pretty reasonable. I don't think we're saying, sorry, you know, I mean, what exactly will happen to you all if you don't order, you know, electric vehicles? I don't think anything unless Mr. Peely, you know, has a one-on-one with you and docks your pay. I don't know what that might be, but I think we're pretty reasonable. I think we just want a plan. I think it was hard last week to have this conversation, see what we saw, and then no dialogue about it. And I was feeling there's no plan, and that doesn't make sense to me. We've been talking about it for some time, so it's good to know that there's a plan, that you're on it, and I feel much more comfortable about this. But coming back to us regularly and updating us would be helpful, especially knowing what we know now. And then I'm concerned about the training and the retraining, right, that is going to need to happen with your techs. And I'm wondering, Mr. Peely, if there is some coordination, collaboration that we might need to have with New Mexico State University and our DACC, right? That just some large, maybe even I know before COVID, I sat on sustainability. That was 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. And we had some folks from Chevy and Ford come and sit and dialogue with us about the training that was going to need to happen. So I'm thinking that probably it sounds like you have these relationships already, but I'm wondering if maybe with these larger organizations that we partner, I would think everybody's at the same place in terms of the retraining and feeling like, well, you can only be a dealership and we'll afford you that opportunity, and that just seems backwards to me. And maybe that dialogue needs to happen with Ms. Torres and Dr. Torres and Arvizu and with the state, because it sounds like we're sort of moving, all of us, in that direction, some faster than others. So I appreciate the communication and the plan. Seeing it in a policy probably would be helpful to all of us, and then just an update.
Okay.
Thank you, Luis.
No problem. Mayor Miyashima, Mayor Pro Temp Gandara, members of the council, I did reach out to Borman Ford this morning. They do have 2 EV techs on site here in town. That way, when they do come in, I can exhaust that warranty, which is 3636. And during that warranty period, it'll give me time to get my technicians ready, whether I'm going to have to retrain or rehire or hire some new ones. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. I just wrote a paper on Doña Ana Community College for my CTE review, and they do not have an EV program yet. They only have the regular diesel automotive, but I will reach out to them to see if they have something in the works where we can, it's going to be, we're trying to send them probably modules online and then all day Saturday, kind of like the way California does it. But I don't even think they have instructors yet either at Doña Ana Community College. I know they do have diesel instructors, and they do have automotive, and they do have automotive performance too. But as far as EVs, it's kind of tough. And then, for example, as a GM employee, they'll do modules for about 8 weeks online while they're working. They have their modules there. I used to run a Chevy dealership, and then we send them to, let's say, Dallas-Fort Worth. We'd send them to Denver for their 5-day hands-on training.
Yes.
So that was paid through the dealership. So with that being said, I will, like I said, I reached out to Borman. They do have 2 EV techs, so we're trending in the right direction as far as support from our downtown vendors and things like that. So we will exhaust that warranty while I get some of my technicians trained, because I think there's going to be some of them that are going to be like,
not so
a lot
sure.
of voltage, right? Yeah. I think, as a matter of fact, as part of the safety tools, they have gloves, they have aprons, and they actually have a fiberglass hook.
Wow.
To where you have to grab the technician. If for some reason they get electrocuted, you have to pull them off.
Wow.
It's part of the safety.
Yeah. It's good to know. We need to know what we're working with, right? I appreciate you so much. In my former life, I was an administrator and had to oversee fleet, and there's so much there. And I appreciate knowing that that you're visioning, forecasting, and there's a plan. Maybe there's somebody here on council that knows Dr. Torres. I'm just saying. And I bet she can help coordinate the efforts. And she's the chair of sustainability, right? Yeah. We're talking DACC, Dr. Torres. Yep. Counselor, in case you haven't figured out, Counselor Becky Curran, sorry.
Yeah, I work there, so I could talk to her.
I know you do. I know you do. So see, got connections already.
Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I will reach out to DACC one more time, hopefully by the end of the week. Right now, they still have they're under COVID protocols, so it's all email and phone call. But I will reach out to them by the end of the week and ask them what their plans are for that.
Thank you. My dad was a diesel mechanic, so I have a lot of love for you guys. I know what this is like, and I appreciate you. And then having to uptrain, reskill, upskill, those are all really tough things in this environment. So thank you. I really appreciate you.
Especially with my old school mechanics, my heavy equipment mechanics, they love heavy equipment, they love diesel. That's what they do.
My dad did. We just had a conversation the other day about it. So can appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions around the fleet and the electric side of things. I had more questions about the salary benefits, the merit pay, questions about, is that for all folks that the merit pay was given, everybody?
Mayor Pro Tem, the 3.5 is for unrepresented positions at this point. Of course, the negotiated contracts are going to budget for those contract agreements.
So that means we're still in budget or negotiations with PD, I'm assuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, gotcha. And then the 80/20 increase for healthcare, what is the total number of employees that you have that have accepted healthcare through the organization?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to defer the question to Joe Richards if she's available.
Thank you.
She might have that number for us.
You knew it was coming, Joel, huh? Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilors. Joe Richards, HR Director. We have approximately 1,100 employees enrolled in the healthcare right now.
Okay. And then talk to me about the on the slide, I don't know if it was 6 or 8, but the open positions budgeted for 6 months. Can you explain that to me?
So open positions, it doesn't mean that it takes us 6 months to fill a position. It just means that that's the cycle of attrition that occurs. So as one position becomes open, another one we might have to fill. So we're budgeting those positions at 6 months, at half a year. So typically throughout the year, all our positions aren't filled. We'll have a lot of vacancies at that time. It's just the cycle and the average of what we are seeing at this time. Does that help you out?
So where does it come up? Where can I see that? And how many of those positions, like where, so what I'm hearing you, when you say this to me, I'm thinking there's 15 vacancies, and in these 15 vacancies, you're budgeting it for 6 months. Where does it go? Vacancy, where is the
Where are those vacancies?
yeah, where are they? Is it which code or line item is it, if you will? How do I know what the amount is?
Mayor Pro Tem, are you talking specifically to like a line item? Like what department? Are you asking more of a department or?
I guess I'm interested in to Councilor Flores's point, probably every year she talks about the budget, and I don't mean it disrespectfully. What I mean is she talks about the budget specific to the vacancies, and it's padded in some way. I hate to use even that word, but I want to know what that means, and if we have vacancies, where is it in the budget? How are you telling me that there's this money left there?
So,
and what is that total? Does that make
Okay.
sense? I'm
So
sorry, I'm
typically
not
we
a
see
budget person, so I'm
Thanks,
having
Mayor Pro
difficulty
Tem.
explaining this.
So we typically see about $5 million in salary savings, if you want to call it that. So we budget our positions. Let me think of how to explain this to you. So we have salary savings, which is about $5 million over a year. So with this, what we're saying is we're going to budget these positions at 6 months, which will give us about that amount towards that, because we're not going to fill those throughout the year.
You're not going to fill them? You've already decided you're not?
That's not what I mean. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
you said it. I'm questioning.
No.
Sorry.
I'm just talking about the cycle in which a
Okay.
position
Yes,
turns
attrition
over.
and yes, peaks and valleys. I get it. Okay, so it's $5 million.
About $5
And I'll be
million.
able to find that somewhere in the budget.
Not necessarily. We don't have it taken out as a negative, if that's what you're asking. Is that what you're asking?
If I can, Mayor, if I can maybe add on.
Go ahead.
Maybe add on to Matt. So you have to budget, typically you have to budget for the full amount of your staff, right? And so essentially that's what we do. And so when he talks about not being able to see that in there, typically here, though, we have had a salary savings line item, if that's what you're asking about. But that was a concern when I first came about having that. So we've pulled that. So we've gone back to putting it back into our, where it's normally budgeted. But knowing the historical trend of vacancies, this is actually really conservative. So I think we're on par right now to hit well over $7 million in salary savings. And so we took that and we cut it down to be conservative with that. But because of attrition, and this is not just, we're just going to pick a number, this is historical trend. We've shown that, and that's where Leanna's shown in the past, they've shown salary savings. But we have to budget for all those positions, whether they're vacant or not. But the new positions, these positions, instead of going to that full amount, because we know we're not going to get there, we cut it down to 6 months to be more
Okay.
conservative in that accounting.
Okay.
Does that
It
help?
does, thank you.
Okay.
It does help a lot. Thank you, Matt. Sorry.
No, thank you.
I wish I had the words in the budgetary way to ask it, and you were like, oh, I get what you're saying, Councilor Gandara, and this is what it is. So sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that I understood it as I'm looking through the budget. And then on slide 10, the TNR, it has continued to say to be determined. I feel very strongly, and I think I said this last time, that we need to find some money to put that into a fund, be it a TNR coordinator with the animal, with codes, and how we're going to address TNR in this community. And so can you tell me what your thinking is, and maybe this is really for Mr. Peely, around this, or Mr. Enriquez. You know, we're getting a lot of pushback on this. We have a TNR policy, which I knew would happen if we didn't, ordinance, excuse me, if we didn't assign funding to this, and it comes back to us yet again without an amount. And so what is it going to take to put 50,000, 75,000, 100,000 to start, and where do we find that money?
I'm looking to somebody to tell me.
Help
To be honest, I don't remember.
Help me.
I'm sorry, man. I don't remember what the amount was. Eric, can you speak to that?
There hasn't been an
TBD? I'm sure there's a good explanation for that.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, yes, absolutely. We are looking to fund that. We just had a Finance Committee meeting with the Animal Service Center, and then they'll propose the budget on Thursday. We're also waiting for the county to see what their input is going to be. We've been talking with Jonathan Macias, the assistant there. So we want to finalize and put things together to see where their fund balance will be and everything. And then definitely the city will put the amount needed for that. The first projections were about 300,000 for the veterinarian, the coordinator, and all, and we just need to kind of hone in those numbers and see exactly where we're at, and then the city will definitely fund that account. So the actual number is still to be determined, but we will fund that.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's helpful. I think those are all my questions. Oh, wait, hold on. I know that it's, I don't recall the slide, maybe 11 or 12. On public safety, the health-related services, the health complex, the mental health issues, mobile crisis. You know, we talked about a health unit or a health department. This is well within our purview as council to put together, you know, the kinds of departments and units, if you will. I know it scored very high at our retreat. It was worded in such a way last time that I made reference to it. And so I just want to make sure, I feel like if we're going to have these types of programming, and we're working on with poverty and homelessness and those things, you need a place where it lands, where we can do project development quickly, pivot if there are issues and concerns. I don't see that as a place anywhere in this, and I know Ifo and I have had some conversations about that, and I don't want it to get lost. And so if it needs to come in a form of a resolution, I will do that. We'll have that conversation at the Health Policy Review Committee. But I know it was a very high priority for council, and I don't want it to get lost. I think that the public is really looking to the municipality, the city, to handle these issues with others, and I just don't see a place where that might happen easily. Matt, so I know you know, I'm just saying that, I'm just saying it. You don't have to answer. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm just saying.
We'll work with management to address that.
Okay. And then the enterprise fund would be helpful to
Mayor Pro
me.
Tem, did you want to hear from me?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Hello.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you referring to the health complex?
I don't know, it came out the last time in such a way, the wording was that way, and is it what we meant, I think, was a health department or a unit of sorts, and I'm seeing Leanne and others nodding their head yes, and then I'm thinking health complex, which is, I know Chief Smith has asked for a health complex, if you will, so I don't want us to lose sight of what our intent was at the retreat.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I think there will, to be honest, there was some confusion at the retreat because it said complex, and then later on, so some felt like, I think the mayor mentioned he felt that it was an actual, improving on the complex that we have. And then I know you mentioned that a full-out health department. And so that we don't lose sight of it, we put a feasibility study on there. That $200,000 is something that we put as a budgeted item. If you want to go back to that slide, Matt, I'm not sure. I'm going to make sure that it is the 200,000, but that was for that we can analyze, we can study, because I don't know if, to be honest, I don't know even with the consensus of the council if everybody believes that the health department or the health complex yet, but that's a discussion we can certainly bring back and get more direction. But I do think the 200,000 in the budget will help us not lose sight of that, so it is a budgeted item. If it's going to be a health department, it's going to be maybe 10 times more than that. So.
Oh, no. I'm not saying per se a department, but a unit that has a couple of social workers, a director, someone that can help direct these things. So when people come to us and we say, EFO, make it happen, it's easily, right? And so I didn't see the feasibility study. Did I miss it?
Yeah,
It's the health complex here that's listed at the end of the council priorities. We have another slide here somewhere. Let me pan through them and see if I can find it.
Mayor Pro Tem, while Matthew's looking for that,
there you go.
Perhaps the cannabis receipts can be used for something like that.
Yes. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. And then on the enterprise funds on slide 12, what would be really helpful to me is identifying, like separating them out and telling and describing, right, where each of those the changes, where it's going to, just because that's, so I know, is it airport, is it utilities, and we know very specific at the amounts, Matt, if you would.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, we can bring that back to you for the final budget adoption. I know utilities, I think they increased about 1%.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll provide that breakdown for you.
Thank you.
For
Thank you.
May 16th.
Thank you so much, Matt. Those are all my questions, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for answering my questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I wasn't done.
I think we have a couple more.
Yeah, but I wasn't done.
Council members, Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Coran, and then yourself.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. And I have a lot of general questions, and I know we haven't finished with the presentation yet, but I'm just going to ask them because everyone else has. I did, thank you, first of all, Matt. You're an excellent budget officer. Thank you. In terms of the council priorities that we discussed at the budget retreat, like you said, it was very evident that affordable housing was the top priority for the entire council, that the entire council agreed on. I'm curious where we are seeing that in the budget, because I'm not necessarily seeing it. And, I think perhaps that happens in a lot of ways, but I don't just want to say, well, it's just through Telstra Fund or whatever, right? I think it's important that our general budget reflects this current challenge and the fact that it was also the #1 priority for council at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councilor Bencomo. So yes, as I mentioned, we are looking for other opportunities. Currently, that's what we do have budgeted. I know Natalie Green's in somewhere. I don't know if she wants to provide some additional information for that. But the funds that we have budgeted here are for the HUD program and also for Affordable Trust Fund. Anything additional?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Natalie Green for the record. So in terms of housing initiatives, we are getting a housing development coordinator out of the Telshore Fund. The 1.2 million does not represent any new initiatives. It is our existing funding, both out of our Home Investment Partnership Program and the funding that already exists within the trust fund, the 700,000. We will be coming back to you to formalize the commitment that you made to the Three Sisters Apartment, since we were successful at the Light Tech, so you can anticipate a request to finalize that 2.4 million. And as Matt mentioned, we are looking at other sources. We do have our home allocation plan that will be coming forward in October to allocate the 1.7 from the federal government for homeless assistance. But again, those are all existing initiatives.
Right, so then what I'm hearing you say, Natalie, is that there is no increase in housing projects, the housing department for fiscal year 2023.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, that would be correct. How housing staff would operate moving forward is if we have a project, we'll come to council and ask, but there is no consistent or regular funding that funds the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It's only at the discretion of council to transfer that funding there.
And every time we sell real estate, basically, right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, depending on how the deals are negotiated through our land management office, if there is a sale that's unrestricted, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund would get 50% of the proceeds. In the last year, I can only remember one sale.
2 months ago, a month ago?
And I think we can anticipate maybe $40,000 of revenue. So when you're talking about $1 million development projects, it doesn't go very far. And even for single family, even if we were going to just purchase the land, that's still a $40,000 transaction.
Yep. I mean, thank you, Natalie. You know, I really feel strongly about this, Ifo, because we can find $1 million for 16 police cars. I think we can find some money for the biggest challenge facing Las Cruces and also the #1 priority in the city for the city council in this year. And so to me, when I hear that, right, that $1.2 million is already allocated, is already moving, and there is no increase and there is no direct funding source to grow our housing trust fund, that to me is a gap. And that to me continues to be a problem that I would hope we address, that I would like to see addressed in this fiscal year, Matt, in the next 60 days. But that is something, you know, that I want to discuss.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. So it's project-based. I mean, for us, it's not about whether or not, I mean, we would find that we got $40 million that says we can find money, right, in our Telshore Fund as well. And so it really isn't about funding for us. I mean, we can, that's what that Telshore Fund was made for. And so it's just a matter of the projects. And so we're still trying to formulate the projects. They're projects, as Natalie mentioned. It's not because they've been denied or we're just saying we can't find it. It's that we don't have the projects yet to support that. We don't want to come to you and ask for $5 million if we don't have anything that it's attached to yet. As Natalie's mentioning, they are going to be attached, and at that point, we'll come back. So within our trust fund and in the Telshore Fund, we can tap those funds at any time throughout the year. And so it's just a matter of getting those projects there. And you know, we're also talking about other ways to use that fund to address homelessness. But just to make very clear, it's not because we're using that amount, not because we don't want to increase it. We don't have projects attached to do it at this point.
No, I get that, Ifo, and I certainly know that I know you that you know this is a priority. I know that. I just do think it's not. I mean, it's problematic that the Housing Trust Fund doesn't have its own funding source, right? A line dedicated to growing it. I think is important. No, Natalie just said there is not one. No, I know we have a trust fund. So what I'm saying is a budget line item dedicated to growing the trust fund. That isn't just based on requests that come to council and the potential sale of property, but that it is consistent and dedicated and committed to growing it.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and Councilor Bencomo. So the trust fund, while it exists, it is an unfunded process. So the current funding that is in there now is one-time allocations from from past councils in very small dollar amounts, 100,000 here, 200,000 there. This council has been very supportive of affordable housing, so staff feels confident that we can ask you for funding. However, without a regular revenue source, if there is a change in management or there is a change of council, are those future councils and management supportive of affordable housing? I don't know.
Thanks, Natalie. So I think that's something to think about, EFO, and I would like to see it addressed this year because of the challenge in front of us.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, if I may. Barbara DeLeon for the record. I also wanted to point out that although our public input process for the next GEO bond is not complete, we certainly have seen support for the community as well.
Yes.
For allocating part of the next bond proceeds to go towards affordable housing. So as you said, if there is a gap there, and that will be coming to you, of course, all of the input from the meetings that have been occurring. And I think the time frame is the end of May work session so that you can mull over what the input has been from the public, consider what you have brought forward as potential gaps, and then appropriate uses for the bonding funds. That's certainly one additional source that's available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. That is right on. I think that's, I'm glad you mentioned that. So maybe you have a year, EFO. So 60 days versus a year. No, thank you. I appreciate it. And of course, we did just have a conversation in Finance Committee about cannabis excise tax and finding ways to use that appropriately and strategically. And I think this very much is one of those. In moving off this subject, but similar to the question Mayor Pro Tem had earlier about the TBD on TNR, I have a similar concern and question regarding zero fare transportation, which, Matt, it's zero fare, not free. Just kidding.
Thank you.
But I'm learning. I think that's something that we keep hearing is, and we know what the concerns are, and with public transportation versus the dial-a-ride. Thank you. But we keep seeing that TBD. What needs to happen to say, yes, it's moving forward? I think for a long time, I was the only one really speaking about it, but a couple weeks ago, I think the rest of this council and the mayor endorsed that idea, and so I would like to really begin to see that number, and I think that number exists, actually. We just need to figure out the dial-a-ride process. So maybe that question might not be for you, but I would like to have a timeline for when that TBD is going to be turned into a for sure.
Sure. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I'll defer the question to Mike Bartholomew.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, Mike Bartholomew, Roadrunner Transit. With the issue, your question was about the fare, correct? So again, the issue is with the dial-a-ride side. So in fiscal year 23, we're looking at seeing if we can relieve some of the pressure through a demonstration project with microtransit to do some of that. So that's our plan for fiscal year 23, to experiment with it and see how it works and how we can move forward, from that. Part of the issue with Fare Free too is not just with dial-a-ride, it's with this whole concept of microtransit that we're moving forward doing the demonstration project on. So technically, under the ADA rules, we only have to charge a fare on our demand response side for the ADA paratransit. We technically don't have to do it for seniors, and we technically don't have to do it for microtransit. However, most of our seniors on Dial-A-Ride would qualify anyway for paratransit, so they would become fare-free. The other issue with the microtransit is an equity issue. So the whole idea behind microtransit is that we're trying to be more efficient about serving the populations where we're not serving very well efficiently with the larger buses by using smaller vehicles. So we're looking at doing that initially on the east side of town where we have the least amount of route concentration there. So the difficulty with that is the question is then, do we have fare free on microtransit too? So if that were the case, then we're going to get a lot of people that would never use a fixed route, whether or not we put it into that area of town, because the microtransit would be more convenient, but then that's going to put an increased demand on the microtransit as well. And so that creates a dilemma there. So say we charge for microtransit, well, then you're going to have the equity issue if you have a large area of town that doesn't have good route service into that area. So, okay, you're charging me for accessing public transit through microtransit, but you don't give me an option of fixed route. So there's a lot of dilemmas with that. So what we're going to be looking at with staff, and we discussed this with the Transit Advisory Board meeting too last week, is maybe some options to perhaps target where we can get reduced fares or free fares for low-income individuals. We currently don't have that in our fare structure right now. We only have reduced fares based on age or disability at this point in time. So we'll kind of look at things like that to see if we can work that direction as well. Of course, if we start going with qualifying people based on income, then we would have to have some sort of a process in place to how do you qualify and under what conditions would they qualify? How would you qualify like youth or family? Well, children are already reduced fare, but how would you qualify certain family members into that process? So that's what our plans are for looking over the next year.
So someone is working on answering all those questions that you raised?
Yes, that's what we're going to be looking at next year. And we're going to be looking at it, especially once we get that microtransit demonstration project going, looking at it and how well that's helping us.
Have you reached out to your peers in Albuquerque?
Not about how their program is going. I have not, but I've been trying to find who the best contact for that, and I do plan on contacting them in Albuquerque, because as you comment, in Albuquerque, they're doing a year-long.
And I think they have a similar counterpart to Dial-A-Ride in Albuquerque as well. So. Correct.
And one of the differences, I believe, in Albuquerque, too, is while they have a senior, there is a fare for seniors that is a little higher in their system. Their system is primarily just a ADA eligible paratransit system. There's other forms of transportation available.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think we have to reinvent any wheels. Zero fare is taking off all over the country, and I think we can find answers to those questions. And I think this is the best year to do it, because we just came off zero fare from COVID. And so, you know, I get concerned when I see TBD, because I know that you have talked about a number. I think you mentioned $1.3 million for to fill the capacity for additional buses or whatever that might be. And so, for me, I get concerned that it continues to be TBD when we know there are some numbers, there are some metrics that we can work towards meeting.
Correct. Yeah, that 1.3 million would, excuse me, primarily for additional staff, and then we'd also have to get additional vehicles to meet the demand.
Yeah. And you know, microtransit, I think it's fantastic. I feel like people would be willing to pay a little bit more for it because it's so special. It's basically my own chauffeur. I mean, right? It's like a Uber, public Uber.
A public
and
Uber.
So I feel like people would be willing to pay a little bit more for that kind of service, if that's the kind of service that I want to get today to go X place. I would like to see more answers and questions continue to be raised, because I think we're in a good place to be able to do this.
Yes, and I think that as we go into, like I say, that demonstration project next year, we're going to get a little better sense of what's going to work and not work as we move forward.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I have a question, my last question on council priorities. I have lots of other questions. But I'm just to make sure, Ms. Cundiff, this one's for you, and you can address it when your presentation. But pavement management was the second highest council priority, and so if you can talk about during your presentation if you want. I didn't see like there was a committed increase to that, but I want to know if there is.
Here we go again. Councilor Bencomo, there is not an additional increase. So the way I was explaining last time, which I hope to re-explain it this time, hopefully to answer your question, is that the PCI is budgeted for, I think we're at 9.6. Am I doing my math right, Matt? I'm not mathing very well today. We have 6 million of that budgeted in our roadway fund. 2 million of that is the increase you gave us last year, which we have maintained. So additional 2 million last year, additional 2 million this year. The point I'm trying to clarify is that 2 million is the same amount from last year. So we were increased 2 million last year. We're increased 2 million for FY23. And I'm just trying to clarify that it's not moving to 3 or 4 or 5 million. The increase that Public Works will be receiving is staying consistently at the 2 million granted last year, as well as FY23.
Okay.
Did that answer?
Yes, and I think Tony's right behind you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. The additional $2 million for pavement management was given to us last year, in addition to our $4.3 million that we're getting annually for the past several years. So that brought us up to $6 million, which is occurring. Thank God it was occurring this year again, so we can continue our efforts to increase that PCI. So hopefully it's not an increase, it's just consistent from last year and keeping that same budget moving forward.
And is that, I guess when I hear you say that, I doesn't meet necessarily the request from council as a priority, or is this going to meet the need that the council is saying we'd like to see priority on?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, it is a huge stretch, and kind of not a stretch, but a huge jump to achieve the goal of a 67 PCI level. The additional money is helping us add about 17 more streets to our budget, to our cycle, to increase those. So it is helping greatly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But I would use a lot more.
Well, I know you could. Give them all. Thank you. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you both. Matt, I know that, I'm curious. I know that you mentioned I wrote it down, a 3.5 merit increase in salaries. I know that legal has been struggling to bring folks on. It's really hard to compete with, private attorneys. I guess I'm curious if the legal department, attorneys in legal department saw an increase, and if we're using that to also recruit, because I know that office is incredibly overwhelmed and busy, and it affects literally everything. And so I'm curious if that is being addressed.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Bencomo, I'll defer the question to Joe Richards. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors. Yes, ma'am. Actually, one of the recommendations we've made for this coming year is a class and comp study. And so we will be evaluating all positions to include, of course, the legal department. We have struggled, of course, as you've seen, with filling those positions, and we have made some adjustments lately.
Okay. And the class and comp study, when do you expect that to be completed?
We're actually anticipating bringing it forward to council for review in the next couple of weeks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. And will then those adjustments be made for this cycle, or are you going to have to bring a budget adjustment?
I'm Leanne. Sorry.
So Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, so what you're asking is if after the class and comp study, if we show that our personnel is higher than we anticipate from the 3.5, then yes, we would have to come to council with a budget adjustment at that time.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Leanne and Joe. I'm curious, Chief Dominguez, on the police vehicles, the 16 particularly, are the Dodge Chargers being retired, or is this an additional 16?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, we're on a 5-year rotation plan. We're trying to get on a 5-year rotation plan. We have Chargers right now that we purchased in 2010 through 2014, and they're one of they're constantly going to get rotated out. But we're trying to get to where we can get 15, 16 vehicles every year, so we can get them out eventually.
You're going to be asking for 15, 16 every year?
Until we get caught up, but we put a lot of wear and tear on our vehicles in the neighborhood of about 16,000 miles a year, 16 to 20, depending on the usage and the shifts and everything else. So we're constantly having vehicles. If we get on that 5-year replacement, we'll constantly have vehicles that need to be replaced.
Okay, thanks, Chief. And I looked up the Interceptors, the hybrid ones. There's significant savings in gas mileage.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, yes, there is, but it's the availability.
I know. We already, yes. But I'm just saying, they're great. Thank you. They're gonna be great, I should preface. The emergency response vehicles, Chief Smith, I'm curious, can you tell us where those, I think there's 4, where those will be stationed? Pierce engine, Pierce aerials.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, which part of the budget are you referring to?
Vehicles.
The vehicle acquisition fund? This is our request, just to be.
Yes, the request. Where would those go?
Yes, ma'am. So those would go to replace the most highly used vehicles. I believe we are up for engine 3, possibly engine 4, as well as replacing truck 4. That's a 2002 American LaFrance. It's a collector's item now. So that's where we'd be deploying to, and we'd be rotating our fleet. There's 4 American LaFrance vehicles that we have currently, 2 trucks, 2 engines, and we'd be replacing kind of frontline apparatus, which are a different manufacturer, and rotating our reserve fleet. The American LaFrance vehicles you can't get spare parts for, and very hard to find anything to repair those engines.
Chief, can I have you speak into the microphone a little bit more? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Chief. I mostly heard you. I don't know do you need him to repeat it?
It's just for the recording. I don't know if they can, did you need him to?
It's hard to hear.
Yeah.
She said it's fine. You're good. Thank you, Chief. Yeah.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, just for clarification, please, I want to make sure, because you're looking at the vehicle acquisition list, the funding list. So if you'll notice those vehicles, you don't see a dollar amount in that blue column there. So that means that there is no funding available for those vehicles. However, the chief and I think, have been talking with Mr. Peely with the probability of a loan for those vehicles. We do, the VAF does pay some debt for vehicle acquisition, typically only for fire, and so that's one of the things that we might be looking at is for a loan for those apparatuses.
Thanks, Leanne. Okay. I did not notice that the blue column was not filled in. Thank you for pointing that out. On the liability claims, what does that number look like compared to other years?
Mayor, Councilor Bencoma, it's the same as last year. We brought in
Same
the
as last
same
year.
amount. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then my last sort of combined question are around prisoner care in the Muni Court, simply because I think it seems like just giving some of the emails we've gotten around municipal court, you know, both of these two pieces, we don't interface a lot with them. And I would like to, I've requested this before, a work session certainly on Muni Court for a lot of things. The debt collection part that we talked about a few weeks ago, but just in general, understanding their budget needs, I think is important for us to have those public conversations with Muni Court to better understand. And the other one, similarly, prisoner care, you know, I've been asking for a work session on this from them for a while, and they offered a tour, which I said yes, both, because we give significant amount of money to the detention center for prisoner care, and I don't always see the best prisoner care. And so I would like to have a public accountability conversation with the folks that run it, Horizon specifically. And so I didn't have any specific questions on budget about that. I just think it's you know, we see it every year in the budget. And to me, there's a lot of just questions that I would like to address with them directly.
So, Mayor, Councilor Bencoma, or actually all the council, I just sent Mr. Peely an email a few weeks ago. I had a conversation with Dawn that was here that day with us, and I apologize, I cannot remember her last name. She's going to shoot me. Anyway, so she and I discussed her and the judge are working on a plan. So she has put together a team that will be looking at those persons that I guess come into Muni Court and are unable to pay, or are, you know, have this debt that most of what we just recently written off. And so they do have a action team, I'm going to call them action team, that they're putting together. They anticipate that this team will probably have some results and some, and try to finish up within 1 year. Okay. So I think what they're hoping is, and I was telling Mr. Peely in this email, that hopefully a year from now, they will be coming forward at a work session and be discussing their program and what they found and the results of this study or this resource analysis that they're doing.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you so much. And those are all my questions, Mayor. I really appreciate all the work folks have put into this, and I appreciate having this conversation.
No, I appreciate that, Councilor. And I'm gonna ask, I was just informed that our consultant from item number 3, the public safety impact fee, is gonna have to be leaving soon for his flight. So would you mind if we go ahead and pause here and go to number 3, get that out of the way, and then return?
I have just one short question. Don't smirk, President, or
sorry.
President Gandara.
There's a lot of people that have been on the line then to speak. And so if we start with the questions, then everybody may want to start asking those questions. So I move that we move to the consultants right away.
I just wanted to ask one quick question.
What's your quick question?
My quick question is this. If we don't write something into, like our TNR ordinance, if we don't write a sum certain as to the amount it's going to take to fund it, does it mean we don't get the money, or what do we do? So that's the question. You can ponder on it, everybody out there. I think that it falls entirely on the city since it's our ordinance. But yeah, we're getting a lot of flack on that, especially Becky, because she's the chair of the Animal Service Center, and she had nothing to do with it. But at any rate, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so Matthew, if we can just put a pause on this, I appreciate your indulgence. So let's go ahead and move to public safety impact fee progress report. Chief Smith and Mr. Villarreal from, or I guess from Williden Financial. What time is your flight back to Hawaii? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I'm just joking with you. Just checking to see if they were awake. That's all.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and city staff, thank you for the adjustment in the schedule. Appreciate that.
I appreciate you guys.
Helps if I click on the right one. Sorry about that.
Can you do F5?
Mm-hmm. Is this the right one? Is this the right one, James? Okay. All right, well, good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council, Fire Chief Jason Smith. Today we'll be providing you the update on the public safety impact fee. James Edison from Wilden Financial Services will be here to give the majority of the update. I'm going to start off with a little bit of historical information, as we do have some new counselors who have not been part of the public safety impact fee. So some history of it. What is a public safety impact fee? It's a charge that we have for all new construction as new services need to be provided to meet that demand. We need some sort of revenue source to meet part of that change. It's a citywide fee. It's used for construction of our public safety buildings or essential equipment, $10,000 or more, or any with a life expectancy of 10 years or more. The objective is to provide new capacity. So as we have more residential or non-residential buildings, more occupants, more citizens living here, our services get stretched. And in order to maintain the level of service we currently provide, we need capital investment. Our current public safety impact fee began January 1st of 2012. Here's the list of resolutions that took place, getting us to where we're at today, starting in 2006. I believe that is when we were directed to actually formulate a public safety impact fee and started bringing on consultants to form the fee and policy. Most recently, last May, we came to City Council for an extension. The evaluation of the impact fee was delayed due to COVID. Currently, our expenditures are for Fire Engine 8. This was bought, I believe, in 2016 when it was ordered, around 2017 delivered. We also have 4.1 million principal remaining on our East Mesa Public Safety Building, $287,000 of interest. The bonds for repaying that debt go all the way through 2026. And our bond payment, a large portion of it does come from the impact fee, but we also use other funds to make that debt payment. Here's this fiscal year's revenues and expenditures. The revenues in the light blue, the red is the expenditures. As you can see, they match pretty well. I like this table right here that shows it a little bit more detail. You can see year to date, revenues $512,000, expenditures $520,000. Basically, we've overspent $8,000. Our fund balance, you can see how it's increased over the years, peaking in fiscal year 18 before we moved to making payments for the East Mesa Public Safety Building. And currently, I believe we're at just over $554,000. So current update on the process, that resolution 21-157 in May, giving us the extension. We've moved forward with hiring a firm through the RFP process. That's where we were able to have Wilden Financial come in. They've been working on our land use assumption, our capital needs, and our impact fee schedule. Along the way, we've been providing updates to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Started letting them know about the process and the consultant that we were bringing on in December of last year. In February, we proposed some land use assumptions. March 17th, we received a recommendation from CIAC. April 21st, we started discussing our capital needs and a possible fee schedule. And we plan on going back May 19th for the update recommendation. And for city council action, April 25th, today we're here for the work session. We're going to give you an update on the process. April through May, we'll be having our public input and also our public hearings. Right now, we have a total of 7 meetings and 1 virtual. In there will also be 2 public hearings. Hopefully, May 16th, we'll be bringing a land use assumption resolution to council, followed by a May 23rd work session, which will have the entire fee update, and then June 6th, asking council to take action on a public safety impact fee update. And with that, I'll turn it over to James, who will give you the details of where we're at with the process.
Thank you, Chief Smith. I'm James Edison from Wildan Financial Services, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and councilors. I want to say first, thank you very much for changing your schedule. I've been consulting for probably 30 years now, and I think it's the first time I've had a schedule change that allows me to go home. I've spent the night places before, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. My kids will appreciate it. I get to be home instead of trying to figure out how to get home tomorrow. Let me see if I can operate this. So, as Chief Smith said, we're sort of in process right now. This is meant as an update to give you kind of a snapshot. We actually have some draft calculations, but it's important to note those are draft calculations. We're not finished yet. We have actually just last week got some input from the CIAC, so some adjustments we're making. The intent of this time is to give you a briefing on sort of what the process is going forward, where things look, and also give you sort of a first shot, a snapshot of the methodology, the assumptions we use, so you can ask your initial questions, give us any guidance you have, but you'll have lots of other opportunities to ask questions. This is just sort of maybe the introduction, if you will. So just a little bit more about the process. At the moment, as I mentioned, we actually have we've got most of our assumptions in place already, although we're making revisions. The model's built. We've met with the CIAC now several times. They've given us input on changes to make, and we will circle back with them again. They will make a formal recommendation of the land use assumptions, and other things will be brought to you in a few weeks. And in the meantime, the other piece of it will be stakeholder outreach, as you can see there, number 5, where we'll get input from the public. In addition to, of course, public comment at public hearings, we actually have formal meetings that are stakeholder input in for a variety of stakeholder groups and in different parts of the city. And then, as Chief Smith gave you the dates, there will be some dates for individual meetings and then adoption, basically in June. So in terms of basic methodology, an impact fee, if you will, is really a quotient essentially. It's the stuff that you need to build to accommodate new development divided by the new development that's going to happen. The devil really is in the details of what development, what facilities, what qualifies. There's lots of rules around that. But really, the key thing is to understand, it's a mitigation. In many states, it's called a mitigation fee act or a mitigation fee because you're mitigating the impacts. You're sort of essentially keeping the city or the municipality even, saying, look, when new development comes along, there's additional needs for, in this case, public safety services, but other things, other facilities like parks, whatever you provide, that are impacted by the new development, and new development pays its fair share in order to sort of keep, to keep the city even, so that you have the facilities you need to serve that new development at the same level of service. So in terms of our process, as you can see there, first we estimate existing development and future growth. Those are what are called the land use assumptions under New Mexico state law. We identify the facility standards. In this case, it's a sort of rough ratio of sort of the fire facilities and police facilities you have compared to the population, the service population, which is a combination of residents and employees, which I'll get into a little bit later in the next couple of slides. We determine new facilities needs and costs. That's in your CIP, which is already in place. I think actually you're going to update it. You update it every year. Then we use one of several methodologies to allocate the responsibility, the facilities to new growth. We identify alternative funding needs or sources if there are. There could be, for example, development agreements, federal funds. There's different things, especially for public safety. Often there's federal sources of funds for public safety needs. And then finally, we calculate the fee on some kind of unit basis. And as here, typically it's per residential unit and per square foot of commercial development of various types. And by the way, if you have any questions while I'm talking, I'm happy to answer them. But of course, then also we'll have a section for questions at the end. So first, the land use assumptions. Here you can see our estimate of existing growth, existing development, and existing existing development we call it, but it's basically residents and employees, along with new development. Existing is based on the census. The new development is taking those census numbers and increasing them by a percentage that's in your comp plan. I believe 0.7% for employees and 1.2% for residents, to come up with an estimate of the total development in 2030. And that's our sort of development horizon. And that's a typical number. 20 years is about what we usually look forward. It doesn't necessarily have to be that amount. That's sort of a happy medium between far enough out that you really can account for sort of capital needs, but not so far out that it's getting speculative. At some point, if you try to look at 100 years, you start to lose a focus on what you're actually going to need. We'll go on to the next one. I'm sure we'll get back to these tables. So the second element is occupancy or density assumptions, and that's basically because, and the thing actually, maybe I'll circle back for just a minute. In terms of the unit we use to measure what the impact is of services, in this case is what we call service population. I think I mentioned it's residents and employees. But the thing is that the fee you're charging is actually not on residents and employees. The fee you're charging is on development. So if someone builds a house or someone builds a commercial center, you have to calculate what the impact of what that commercial center is, or what that residence or that apartment building or that series of buildings is going to be on fire services. And so we have to find a way to convert the people, which is how we figure out what the capacity needs are, to this thing that's getting built, because it's the people really that generate the service calls. Especially because, folks often think, especially of fire services, as being about responding to fires, but actually, as you all know, a lot of what fire services do is respond to medical calls, which is people, right? It's not buildings. So for that reason, in the case of residential, we use the American Community Survey, which is was from the U.S. Census, to estimate the sort of how many people in different sizes of units, because in general, bigger units have more people in them. Not absolutely, there's some variation, but sort of as an average, there are more people in bigger units. And then for non-residential, we estimated the employees based on a sort of a nationwide document that's usually used for traffic studies, published by the Institute for Traffic Engineers, but that also provides a sort of a baseline. And I should say, for all the data we use, we always prefer to use third-party data from a source, either something you have locally or a third-party data source that's outside this regional or national, depending on what the best source is, as opposed to trying to calculate something for every study. We think that provides a level of impartiality and neutrality where for someone who is unhappy with the assumption can say, well, what, did you just make this up? We can say, no, it's from this book, right? It's from somebody calculated it for some other purpose, and we're using it for this purpose as a way to come up with something that's sort of neutral and objective. This is a list of your existing facilities. The purpose of this actually is because the way we're going to calculate this particular study or particular fee is we're looking at the ratio between the facilities you have that provide the service, both police and fire, compared to the service population, which is this combination of employees and residents. And the idea is that up to now, you've got a certain level of service, which is, how many police officers you have and the equipment they have and how many fire stations you have and the response times. That's all a system that you've invested in, and that system can be measured as sort of an investment per capita per employee. And the idea is that because it's an integrated system, it's very difficult to say when a new house comes along or when a new shopping center comes along exactly how much more fire service you need, especially because fire services are kind of lumpy, right? They come in engine companies and truck companies and stations. You can't really add a little more fire service in the way you could say with a park, where you could add an acre of park. Fire services are lumpier than that, as are police. And so we look at it more systemically in order to understand the impact. And what that does is then you calculate a sort of a need in dollars, and that dollar amount that's collected can then be used in conjunction with the CIP to figure out how to spend the money to expand the fire services. But you don't have to have that link where you say, this house, what fire service does this house need? The exception to that is you have large master plan communities. Sometimes or you have a section of the city. Sometimes you need a fire station. That can be clear. But with an existing place, usually it's easier to do it this way, so that you have a way to get to the granularity of individual houses without having to determine the exact services you need for that house. Because you can look longer. We're looking at 20 years. So here you can see this calculation I mentioned. You've got the public safety facilities divided by our calculation of the service population to come up with that facility standard per capita. And you notice that the resident and worker numbers are different. The reason for that is because our basic measure is residents. We say residents, and then we say, well, in terms of providing police and fire services, how does a worker compare to a resident? Like a worker working here in an office, I mean, they will call the police sometimes, they will call the fire services, or a customer in a business may. So what we did is we looked back at actual call data. We looked at call data from police and fire to businesses and to residences, and saw the difference in the sort of ratio, if you will, of sort of calls per capita, calls per resident, calls per employee, to get a relationship between the two. It's the number's 0.29. So there's a sort of, you know, a given, on average, a given employee in the city will generate 29% as many calls as a resident in the city, as a sort of an average. The reason for that is because we have to find some sort of single metric to calculate the relationship between the facilities and you know, we can't separate the workers and the residents. We have to combine them together, so we have one sort of way to calculate all the costs and divide it by all the future development to come up with what the average is, and that's that $798 per capita. It is important to note, though, that in the case of call data, we have actually just either today or the end of last week received some new call data from the police, so this number will change. So the thing that's important here is these are all draft numbers. What I'm going through here is to sort of explain the methodology, the logic of it, not fixate too much on the numbers. I mean, these numbers are all correct to an order of magnitude, absolutely. But in terms of exactly how much they are, you know, we're not quite there yet. We're still in process. So here you can see this is another thing we do, which is in our report, we will also say, you know, given the timeline in expected development, how much revenue are you going to collect given this fee? So here you can see the service population growth, which is from that initial table I showed you, which is the growth that's based on the 0.7 and 1.2% growth rates on the 2020 population and employees, times that per capita facility standard, and you come up with, in the next 20 years, you'll have about, or I'm sorry, 10 years, next 10 years, you'll have $12 million in revenue to spend on capital facilities that expand, so not replacing things, but new things, which could be going from an engine to a ladder truck, could be going from a ladder truck to a quint, could be a new station, could be adding a bay, you know, or new communication equipment, things that expand your service capacity. So here are the plan, and so the next piece is looking at sort of future, you know, things that you could spend your money on. These are planned public safety facilities that are from your CIP. So they should be familiar, although, I mean, they may change, and we'll change them as needed. So then finally, taking all these elements together, we get to what some people call the punchline, right? What's the fee? So in this case, looking at residential units divided on a per dwelling unit basis and graded by size, as well as non-residential, which, you know, see there's a variety of categories there. You can see in the first, actually I can use my mouse here. You see that cost per capita at $798 and the 231. The 231 is the 29% of 798 because of that relationship between employees and residents. And there you come up with the density, the base fee. We add an admin charge, which is a percentage of the total, which is basically the cost of both preparing the study, but then also the cost of administering the fee, because, you know, someone at the counter has to spend time calculating it. Someone's got to do the accounting. Treasury has to, you know, your accounting department has to keep these things in separate funds to account for their expenditure. So that covers that, and then you end up with a total fee both on a per resident, per unit basis, and on a per square foot basis. One of the pieces of input we got from the CIAC was they thought that this, the residential fee and the mini warehouse versus warehouse were a little too fine-grained, and so there actually is a second set of fees which just take out those categories, especially because, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but in order to estimate the number of people in the various sizes of units, we actually used a regression analysis, because we had data that was by bedroom, but we didn't have data that was by square foot. And running that regression analysis, we ended up with a result where it showed less than an average of one person in the smallest kind of unit, which doesn't make a lot of sense, although it can be accounted for by vacancy potentially, but the CIAC didn't like that very much. They thought it made more sense to have something that seemed more intuitive. So by removing that lower category and averaging those two together, you end up with that 1.02. And there you can see basically that's how the fee, you know, the total fees for residential range from $830 more or less to almost $2,000, and then per square foot range from 75 to I guess the highest one, 768 per square foot, just depending on the employee density and the residential density. So finally, another thing that the CIAC was interested in, and usually lots of folks are interested in, is how do the fees compare to the current fees? You can see here that the residential fees all go up by a significant margin. Some of the commercial fees go down. We've been asked why is this the case. So the simple answer to that is that the last study done by Tischel Bice used a different methodology that honestly we're having a little trouble understanding. They did the commercial fees based on inbound visitors. Like inbound visitors, I guess, from a traffic study. We sort of delved into it and got a little lost, honestly. I mean, and I don't want to, it was an unfamiliar methodology to us. This is the methodology we use all over the country. It's been tested in lots of places. We just used it in up north, and we've used it before in Rancho Santa Fe and in other states as well. But that being said, though, it's important to note that we do think that the new call data from the police is going to change this, because the call data, the call data for police actually is more heavily weighted towards commercial than versus residential, more so than fire, which might make intuitive sense, but I think that's going to mean that some of this will change, and that's why it's important to say that these don't focus too much on these numbers, because these are not the final calculations. Really, the point of my presentation is to walk you through the logic and the data sources so that we can sort of get that discussion started. And the actual numbers, we'll come back to you with the numbers themselves, and we can have that discussion then. Although if you have any guidance, of course, tell me whatever you need to tell me or ask any questions you have. So that's the end of my presentation. Chief Smith and I are here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Edison. We have Councilor Coran, Councilor Flores.
I just have a quick question, and I think this is semi-rhetorical. Thank you. This seems completely logical to me, but it's semi-rhetorical toward our thinking, and that is, we are also going through a GEO-bond funding process, and we have historically funded a number of public service-related interests through the GEO-bonding process. In my mind, I'm thinking about who pays for these things, and in that way, the payment is distributed across everyone in the city, even though it might be going to serve a very particular place. And I think about my district, which is the source of where probably many of the impact fees come from, and also has a demand for new infrastructure. It seems more logical to me to leverage impact fees than something like a geo-bonding process. And in terms of funding infrastructure, especially that goes to public safety, to do that leverage that on the people who are creating the demand, I would say, and it seems more equitable to me in that framework. And so I'm curious, one, how does our offsetting of certain large chunks of money into bonds, municipal bonds, affect this, if at all? And then the other part is, I guess, more for us, like, what makes the most sense?
Well, in answer to your second question, since I'm not a resident of Las Cruces, it's not really for me to say. I can tell you, though, I work in a lot of jurisdictions, and typically the approach is to use things like geo bonds or revenue bonds, other kinds of sources, to fund what we call existing deficiencies. Like often, when you're putting together an impact fee program, typically it reflects, in some cases, a sort of aspirational service standard. Sometimes especially this happens with parks, but not just that, where you're actually not, because we're charging based on your existing standard, we call it, your existing level of facilities. But you may say, no, we want, in the case of public safety, we want better police services, we want better fire services. Some of those things cost more money, and so we will charge new development its fair share, but that's not enough to fund that. And so we have another funding source that will make up that gap. That's the most typical. In the case of, say, roads, for example, where you've got a very low pavement index, you may say, well, we're going to build new roads up to a standard, but we have some existing roads that also are deficient, and we will use things like other revenue sources to fund that. Personally, I agree with you that I'm from California, right? That development should pay its fair share, but that when I work in South Carolina and Florida, it's not that clear. Ultimately it's a political and policy discussion, right? That's what it comes down to, and how resources are used. And certainly, certain kinds of development create jobs, and they have other ancillary benefits. None of that's for me to say, honestly. But in terms of sort of my experience on the places, typically that's the dividing line. Is it new development pays its fair share. And especially here where we're using an existing standard. Now, it can be a little more complicated if you're using your CIP or some set of future facilities as the basis of calculating the fee. Then typically, if we have an identified funding source that is paying for something, we usually take that out of the calculation because it's paid for from some other source. That being said, I mean, sometimes we do get a little more complicated where we'll say, yes, there is a GO bond or some other kind of financing, but a portion of that is the responsibility of new development. And we will then calculate the debt service, the proportional debt service attributable to new development, and include that in a sort of a present value. I mean, this is now getting, there's a lot of ways to do this, but I mean, that's another way, if that makes sense, to accommodate the fact that this GO bond is funding both existing development's responsibility, but also some things that will benefit new development, and new development should pay for that, even though you're doing it now, right? And this is why, when I say that, a calculation of an impact fee is fairly simple, you can really get into the weeds figuring out which things you pay for and which development and that's why I like it, just as a personal note. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Councilor Flores, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm so happy that my colleague understood it clearly because I didn't. I find it very complicated, and I don't really understand how an analysis on impact fees takes care of the deficiencies in another part of town. I mean, I just don't, did I totally misunderstand what you presented? Well, I think it's very abstract for me, and I'm not, I just wasn't able to understand what your presentation really means insofar as the distribution of money and warehouses or, large buildings only counting for 0.23 of a person, or in residences maybe having up to 9. I don't understand what that means. Can you explain that to me? Like I'm a 2-year-old?
Sure. So the base unit of analysis is residents and employees.
Okay.
Right, before we get to houses and retail stores and warehouses and the rest.
Okay.
Because those are it's people who have a demand for public safety services.
Okay.
Either by calling the fire department, calling the police department. So then if you're looking at new development, so new development is a building, but it also brings either residents or employees.
Yes, but but our impact fees come from the new areas that are being developed. And so then how does that help the deficiency in another part of town?
Strictly speaking, impact fees should not fund a deficiency. It's funding, it's funding a future deficiency, right? It's funding because, take the example of a sort of large development. The clearest example is you have a large section of town that needs a new fire station, and you build 1,000 houses, and they need a new fire station. They pay the impact fees, and those impact fees pay for their fire station. So it's not funding anywhere else. Now, what's a little more complicated is in the
So
case...
you're projecting, and you said, yes, developers should pay, but in fact, I don't think they do. I just don't see how developers the impact fees that are derived are really, especially since they're building around existing facilities such as fire stations. So I'm just trying to understand
Do you mean it doesn't create a need for facilities because they're close to an existing facility?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, because I think it has been said that we probably need a facility, in a certain part of town where there's a lot of homes are being built, but there's been no real concrete discussion as to how that would happen with impact fees. So where do we? Well, yes, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor, Councilor Flores. I'm going to try to take 2 steps back. So when we talk about our response, and for the fire department, I'll speak specifically. Before we had Station 8, we didn't have anything. We didn't have, sorry, Christine.
Yeah.
We didn't
Before
have
you had Station what?
Before we had Station 8, we had all of Sonoma Ranch with long delayed response times. And I'm going to go back here to my presentation. So Station 6 would end up responding down Sonoma Ranch, or Station 4 out of their primary area, a long delayed response. So now Station 6 would be gone longer. So if another call came in their area, Engine 5 with Councilor Karan from your district would have to respond down to that area. So we end up filling these gaps with other stations to meet that need. So we add Station 8, and from this slide here, you can see Station 8 right now is being paid for from the impact fees. But we know that Station 9 is needed. We continue to have growth there in that area and more impact.
I'm sorry, where is Station 9?
So what we talked about at the census presentation, and we had the video, and we talked about a potential Fire Station 9, North Sonoma Ranch in Angler area, where all the growth is in Councilor Karan's area.
And where is Station 8?
Station 8 right now is North Sonoma Ranch, just past the neighborhood Walmart, just north of there.
Okay.
Camino Coyote.
So this discussion helps us see where the need is, and then the impact fees pay for that because of the areas that are being developed.
Yes, that's the hope, is that as we get more growth and more population, we know we need more resources, especially in areas where our lumpy fire department.
So then the impact fees are determined based on the need that development is creating? Is that the purpose of this presentation, or
So Wilden has done it. If I could summarize the way I take it is, we have a certain service level right now. This is the level of service we provide for public safety. And they look at that and they break it down on a per person unit, whether that's a resident or a worker. And they say, okay, to meet the growth, we're going to need, in this example, $12 million of investment. And then they say, okay, well, for new residents, it's going to be X. And for new commercial, where they have employees, based on the number of employees they project, it's going to be Y. And then we start collecting those fees to pay for.
Thank you. I do understand that part. The part I don't understand is how we get developers. What do we do? Do we assess a higher impact fee? I mean, you've told us that much, Mr. Edison. So, but then what happens? I mean, we see where the need is created, how the need is created, and who should fund the impact fees. So impact fees are universal in the United States, not just in Las Cruces. And how do we, and then what are the impact fees that are assessed for new developments? I don't know.
Right. So impact fees are not universal, but they're quite common in the Southwest and in southern states. Other places, they're almost unheard of in the Northeast. They're mostly in sort of newer states, I would say.
In California?
Yeah, there are a lot of them in California, a lot in Florida, and then Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Those are the sort of the hot spots, but then they're all over the place as well.
But then how are they collected from the, how are they assessed and how are they collected from the developer?
Right, okay, well, I'll get to that. Let me just show you the fees again. So this is a calculation of fees. So these are collected typically at building permit. So what happens is someone comes and says, I want to build a house or 10 houses. And you've got a permit counter, and they come up to the counter, and the permit tech says to them, okay, you've got to pay for this inspection fee, and I mean, they've got a list of fees. And one of the fees is the impact fee. Then then what happens is the finance department knows what's been collected, right? It gets reported, it's all tracked,
Okay.
and that goes into a fund. In the case of the fire department has a fund of impact fees, which are collected over time, as things get built. And the reason for this whole system is because it's very difficult to say for any one house getting built in any one place to say exactly how much is needed. Because the fact is, you could say, well, if someone builds one house, does it really make a difference? Probably not. But once you build 100 houses, it does make a difference. And if you get to the 100th house and you need a new fire truck, you can't go back to the first house and say, oh, by the way, that house was built 5 years ago, we want you to pay. Won't happen, right?
So, Mr. Edison, does this facilitate the process of impact fees being collected equitably?
Well, it depends.
Or does it facilitate the collection?
It does, because it makes it all quite clear. I mean, maybe I don't know how much history you want to go into, but sort of this whole system came about from a couple of court cases in the late 80s called Nolan and Dolan, which were federal lawsuits and basically municipalities got sued for exactions, where some municipalities said, oh, that's a nice project. It'd be terrible if something happened to it. How about you give us a bunch of land? Or how about they would make sort of case-by-case exactions from development sort of, and basically what the Supreme Court said was, you can't do that. That's a taking. It's a regulatory taking. And what's come out of that is this system of impact fees, which are they're calculated in a general way. They apply to all development equally. It's not case by case. It's not the wealthy developer pays more and the poor developer pays less, or the project the city wants pays less and the project the city doesn't want pays more, which happened in some places.
Right.
So the idea is to have a system that is equitable, as you say, because everyone gets treated the same. And also, I think very importantly for the development community, is predictable, because this is a public document. It's adopted in advance of anybody applying for any fees. And so when someone comes along and wants to do a project here, they know, along with all the other fees, they know exactly what they're in for, right?
Right.
We know we have a responsibility to contribute to the capital facilities of the city, and this is how much we have to pay.
And I have one more question for you. Are you related to Thomas Alva Edison?
I don't know. That grandparent was an orphan.
Okay.
Well,
'Cause
three of my grandparents are orphans.
We do have a Hemingway living in Las Cruces, and she is related to the Ernest Hemingway.
I mean, I'd like to think I am, but I don't actually know.
But thank you, Mr. Edison. Thank you
you.
very much.
Sure.
It's very clear now. Thank you.
Good.
Did you have your, Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation and the information, and thank you, Councilor Corran, for that question. That was excellent. I guess I only just have one request, really. I know that part of the process is to go back to stakeholders, developers, which I assume what they might say, and so I would like that when you come back to us, that you present, if you go to stakeholders and then change potentially what that fee will look like, I would like to see both before and after. Just because I know there's been, we've had issues with park impact fees, and the fact that we went on a much lower end of the park impact fee than needed to be. And I don't want to see that happen. And so I would like to see the entirety of the proposal with and without changes before and after the stakeholder conversation.
I'm happy to do that. I mean, we work with staff usually, because that's always a balancing act, right? I mean, they're one of the stakeholders.
Right, right.
And I've never had developers tell me the fees are too low.
Right, and so I'm glad we changed that, sir. I like you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
So, thank you, Mr. Edison. So I'm kind of touch base on, or kind of go with where Councilor Bencomo was going. So earlier, when you had the impact fees that you were showing, how much was collected? As you can tell, it was like 50, 60,000 a month. And I thought Councilor Corran was going to say this, because I'm going to say, yes, okay, I see this. What I'm trying to get at is, unless we raise those impact fees extremely high, it's going to take a while for us to really build any infrastructure. So, and when we had Fire Station 3 built with a GEO bond, it was not a problem at all. What I'm trying to get at is, when it comes to police and fire, I think this is something that the public recognizes they need, they want, they support. And I would be interested, if my colleagues give the consensus, to also, in addition to what you're doing, take a look at see if we were to have just a special election for whatever is needed. That way it's spread out among all the residents, because, we have residents that move. They may live in District 3 or 4, and then eventually they live in District 6, or they move all over the city. So it's kind of, they benefit one way or the other, and it spreads it out. And because earlier when someone said, I don't know, one of the councilors, that the developer pays for it, the developer just passes it through. When we go and do our affordable housing, they're going to have to pay that fee too. This way here, I think it'd be a little bit more, it would be spread out, and I think it'd be a minuscule amount, because we have the capacity, for one, and second, I think it would probably be such a small amount that it really wouldn't be affecting a whole lot. At least just take a look at it, is what I'm suggesting.
I'm not sure what, like, you mean different from a geo bond, different from impact fees,
No,
have a
basically
different?
a geo bond, but not, they can present their impact fee in addition to what it would look like if we were to just do a special election and what it would cost if we were to do an increase in property tax.
Okay, I got you. An overall property tax. I just want to say that I don't actually believe that we should spread it around. I believe we should make developers and the individuals buying those houses pay their fair share.
And I understand where you're going from. That's why when you were starting off, I thought you were going to go with what I'm just saying, but then you turned around and said that. And when you say pay their fair share, what if, you know, they may be transitory, they may just be in an apartment, and then they go to a house, they never paid it then. So if they do a resale. So this way here, I think, that's all. I'm just saying at least take a look at it. Just take, you know, that way there. It's because if we go this route, it's going to be a while before we build anything or we raise the fees so high. So, I mean, I'm not saying committing to anything other than maybe adding yet another method. That's all.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Coleman.
Two things to note on that. Just one quick, though. I think it's not as, yes, I know it'll get passed down to the consumer ultimately, but even when I think about the last year, the last 2 years, the one industry that did not struggle, in fact, quite the opposite, actually, was developers. Developers had an excellent last 2 years. And so I think it's not necessarily about the individual people and where they live. It's about the impact that it's being created on our community. It's not in the infill, right? That's not where development is happening. Developers are developing in the outer parts of our city, creating a bigger impact and a bigger need. And so I think that's, to me, where that conversation on fair share comes in. But I do agree with you, particularly because I know on the other end, in terms of a special, what that would look like, special go bond, because I know that utilities is going to have to go out for bond, a huge one for the Jacob Hands facility in the future. I mean, that is a giant need. It is a very old facility for a growing city, and that really does impact everybody. And so, and I don't know if you specifically focus on public safety, but Mayor, I think if we're going to start looking at consultants who can look at these kinds of special elections, we might want to pull in utilities as well, just because I know that that's a big need.
Sure, I would have no problem with that. And Councilor Flores, I'll be more than happy to explain to you what I'm talking about. And you'll see once I get done showing you why overall increase in a geo bond or a property tax increase versus impact fee.
Mr. Mayor, I understood what you said. I still disagree with you.
Yeah, I know, but
Thank you.
you haven't had a chance to, so.
And then, I'm sorry, Mayor, just lastly, I do want to say that there are waivers for affordable housing developers that can potentially waive impact fees.
And that's true. I thought of that, but then you're going to have to, that waiver, that amount is needed, is going to have to be passed on. So it's going to be yet even more expensive. Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, where's Michael? He's not here. This is a soundbite. There is no free lunch, really. And contrary to popular belief, it's going to be passed one way or the other. This way here, I think if it's just spread, I think it's better and it's quicker. And because the quicker we build it, the cheaper it is, because the longer we wait. It's just, but so I'm just saying, take a look at. In addition to, I'm not saying not to. I mean, that's just saying, I'm not saying not to have it or to go do this one route only, but I'm just asking to have that included in addition to what they're being presented. And I think overall, it might be something there that council might be supportive of. Yeah. Okay, so I see 3 nods over there, and I think Mayor Pro Tem seems like she seems to be okay with it. Okay. All right, good. Chief, you have anything else you wanted to share with us?
Mayor, members of council, I'm sure I do, but I'll hold those comments for later. So
okay,
good.
All right. Okay, so there you go. We knocked off $1,000 off your consulting fee, getting you out here a little bit early. I'm just kidding. I don't know how much you charge. Thank you very much, Mr. Edison. And have a safe flight, safe trip home. Thanks, Chief. So we'll do both, or I don't know if you even do that, but if you can work with someone to get us, in addition to this, and you never know what it would look like if we were to do a special geo bond for utilities and fire, what you need.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. So where's Matthew? Did you have your dinner break? Because as long as Councilor Flores is here, you're going to need it. I, on the other hand, are going to be leaving here shortly for a birthday party, so.
Well, you're going to have to be late because I'm going to keep talking.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're right.
Mayor, members of council, Sarah Cundiff, Management Analyst for Public Works. I will be going into my portion of the slides. Thankfully, it is one. The first item I would like to review with you is a change to the CIP in comparison this work session versus last work session. We only have 3. They're all very minor. The first one is the removal of South Central Solid Waste Authority as determined to be a special district by NMDFA and will need to be on their own ICIP CIP. The second change you will see in comparison to last council work session would be that the nonprofit organizations are actually in their own organizational unit on the CIP as referenced on page 3. And the last is going to be just general corrections, formatting, cleanup, spelling callecitas correctly to make my mother proud. And those are the only 3 changes that you should see to the CIP in comparison between this work session and last work session. With that, I will turn it over to Scott Marr, Director of IT.
Before we get to Scott, we had Councilors Corran, Flores, and Abeta who had some questions. So, and I think Matthew, if you're still available for them, because I appreciated their indulgence because they still have these questions. Yeah, I think Councilor Corran and Abeta, I think Councilor Flores, she's used up all her time.
We can wait until the very end, if that's better.
You sure?
Yeah.
You're good? Okay.
Sarah's up here, we're ready.
We
Please.
can wait as well.
Yeah, I think I can wait.
We're gonna equip you with a power operated. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Scott. Yeah.
You're being very mean. You're being very mean. You're being very mean.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Scott Marr, the IT Director, and today I'm going to present to you some information on the FY23 Technology Improvement Plan. And just kind of to inform you what this is about, the Technology Improvement Plan is the budgeting component of the city's technology governance program. And so what we try and do is identify those projects, those technology projects, that are going to use server-based computing that are over a certain dollar amount. Typically, we target $5,000 amount to identify what we consider larger technology projects. And those are those can be on-premise or hosted solutions. And when I say server-based, what I'm talking about is typically there's a website component or a database component associated with that application. So just to kind of give you an overview of how this process works is the departments complete a technology project request form, and they submit that to their business systems analyst. That gets reviewed by our technology review committee, which then gets passed on to the steering committee, which prioritizes those requests. And then they get folded into the city manager's budget as part of the budgeting plan, and then it's brought to you, council, as part of the budget. So this year, or actually for FY23, we have a series of projects that have gone through review and were approved. The first 2 are actually carryovers from this year. They were not able to be implemented or started in this year. The first one is the Clever Devices upgrade. This project for $277,000 is to upgrade the GPS systems and the real-time bus tracking system that gives bus scheduling information for transit. The other one is the demand response improvements, and that is associated with the dial-a-ride program and micro-transit programs. And those are both upgrades for transit. The museums has a request in for an attendance database tracking system. IT is currently working with museums to develop this application. This is just a plan B in case for some reason we're not able to complete it in time. We are on track with this project, so I don't think we'll have to go and buy a third-party product at this time. The next item for training and development is the Silk Road / Agile upgrade. The city is currently using Silk Road as its performance review system for employees, and this is an upgrade to that system for $23,000. Library has a request to switch to a new library integrated system. This is based on the state of New Mexico getting a pricing agreement with a different vendor than the library is currently using, and they would like to switch to that vendor to save money year over year. Utilities is looking for a new work order and asset management system. They are going to start this process with an RFI. Their current system does not have the regulatory reporting necessary for gas, and so they would like to investigate and then procure a new work order system. Fire is looking for a station alerting system. Currently, they use loud alarms to wake everyone up, which is not good for the staff. So they're looking at a system that has a ramping audible alarm along with flashing lights and so forth. And then last, HR is looking at re-implementing their NeoGov application, which is what they use for posting and hiring online. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt and answer any questions.
Thanks, Scott. So, Mayor, members of council, just our final steps, we will take recommendations from today to finalize our budget. We'll come back with our public hearing on May 4th for the public, and also our council city budget adoption on May 16th. Just to note that our city charter, as well as NMDFA, requires us to submit the budget by June 1st. So with that, we'll open it up to discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we have Councilor Coran, Flores, and Abeta. Councilor Coran.
My questions have been gaining interest, Matt, so just so you know. Yeah. High yield. I guess my questions have to do with a couple of things that you sort of alluded to that are kind of externalities, and Councilor Bencomo mentioned one of them, but one of them is the para increase. I don't know if that's been decided yet or not. Has it, from the state?
Mayor, Councilor Coran, yes, that has been decided. Back in 2020. The state of New Mexico increased the contributions for para on both the employee and the employer by 2%. So they broke out that 2% over a 4-year period. So we're seeing a 2% increase over year.
Thank you. That's good. I just wanted to know that it was predictable, because sometimes the state kind of changes those things like abruptly, and I didn't want it to be a volatile point in people's paycheck. And then the other one is also an externality that I understand is really difficult to predict, that Councilor Bencomo alluded to. There's about $4.3 million in the liability claims column that you said was the same from last year. But I understand there are a number of factors related to increased civil rights liability, in particular on municipalities, and I wonder, how does that factor into our budgeting process? Do we have I know that there are different types of insurances for that. I'm curious if we've done a risk assessment related to that liability, and where that might come from in our planning, or what might account for that.
Mm-hmm. So Mayor, Councilor Coran, we do assess that through our actuarial report. So we take a look at that. I don't know, Leanne, do you have anything additional you would like to add to that?
So Mayor, Councilor Coran, we budget what's in our actuarial report. That's actually an audit that we do with our ACFR. So to meet what is our obligation, we use the actuarial report to budget that every year. And of course, if we have, let's hope, that we won't have any higher settlements, then the budget will remain the same because that's in the actuarial, but if needed, we would have to increase that amount that's budgeted for settlements.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
And before I get to Councilor Flores, so Councilor Coran, we're self-insured, the city's self-insured. So, and as far as insurance, the reason why you're seeing premiums go up statewide is because of a bill that was passed last year that went from $1 million to $2 million, and so it's getting very expensive. So the city, like I said, is self-insured, and so what Leanne was talking about is something there that we'll maybe in the future have to have some hard conversations as to if we're going to be having to fund it. So next, Councilor Flores.
So Mayor, I was just going to point out also too that we did have some insurance premiums that are paid in the liability. However, I think in the last year, probably year and a half, we've been unable to get a liability premium for police for that type of coverage. So just wanted to point that out, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, the question I had wasn't, I don't know if Matt would be able to answer it. Maybe Mr. Enriquez, maybe Mr. Cabello or Attorney Cabello. Because my question was about the TNR that we passed. And there wasn't, because there's like TBDs on the presentation that you made, Mr. Sines. So I was just wondering, when we pass a resolution, an ordinance such as TNR, which necessarily requires funding, do we write in the amount that it should be funded for? And if we don't do that, what happens? Because right now, there's just, there's no real enforcement or whatever. It doesn't really do anything. We have an ordinance that says yada yada, but we don't have the money to assure that the animals being picked up are getting KNR'd. So I don't know if that's a question for Mr. Cabello or for Mr. Enriquez. And Mr. Enriquez, you did say something about the county, but it's a city ordinance.
Yes, again, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. It's not recommended that when we do the ordinance that we put an actual dollar amount to it. We did state that we would fund it, and we will do that. You are correct that it is a city ordinance that we're dealing with, but the Animal Service Center is a JPA, and the county provides funding for that as well. We want to see what the big picture looks like for the funding, as they also have ordinance in the county that they have to fund and support as well. So being that it's a JPA, we want to get a better look at what that funding looks like, but the city will fund that TNR as needed.
Well, it's needed now, Mr. Enriquez, apparently, and there's the uproar in the community, and we've had people at the Animal Service Center board meetings, we've had people, at council meetings in their public input. So is there any does anybody know when it will be funded, when we will be able to do the TNR?
Right, that's correct, Councilor Flores. So we do have a meeting this Thursday where the Animal Service Center will present their budget. And that's what we're waiting on that number to be determined, is based on what their budget is going to look like, their requests, their vacancies, a number of items that go into their budget, and then we could get a better idea of what we need to provide for that funding.
And then how soon, say the meeting we have on Thursday morning, say there is a sum certain that's necessary, then what? Does it get funded automatically?
Well, at that point, we'll go back to, well, I'll lean on Leanne for that and the budgeting team and Matt
Well,
to see what fundings are available that we can do that. But we're also waiting on the county as well to see they're actually behind, so there will be some discussions. They do their budgeting. I don't remember the dates. Do you remember?
So are you talking about the cats that really are brought in from the county, but they have their own holding facilities? So that's a part that confuses me about the funding when it's a city ordinance.
Yes, you're right, Councilor Flores. It is a city ordinance, but the budget is through a JPA. So we also need the county's input on what they're going to provide as well, so that we can get a better number on the TNR. Like I said, it's to be determined, but it's a dollar amount. It's not whether we'll fund it or not. We will fund it. It's just the amount that we're going to be looking for.
Okay, then you have to be at the next meeting and say that exactly to people who show up and scream at us.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Enriquez. Did you want to add to that, Mr. Peely? Mr. Peely had his light on. No? Then why'd you turn your light on?
I was going to probably just say the same thing he said, but I think you got it. I was going to confirm that. Short answer is we are going to fund it. The TBD has to do with an uncertain amount of uncertainty of what that's going to cost at this point.
Okay. Is that true, Leanne? Is it true, Matt? Okay. You're on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to add to it. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was
Councilor
just going to add really quickly, the ASCMV is also trying to respond to folks. So this Wednesday, they're actually having a giant community cat spaying and neutering event. So just as an aside, as part of the conversation is ongoing, they're working to scale that up. So just, sorry, go ahead. Excuse me, Mayor.
That's okay. All I was going to say was this is why I think we need to have that discussion about just taking it over. Because once it's under the city's purview, everything, then we can fund it and it just runs a little bit easier. Yeah, well, I'm just telling you.
You're going to have to talk to your friend Fernando about that. And then you can send Ifo to go talk to him.
Okay. All right, so with that, next is Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. I know child pickup is usually at 6 o'clock, so I'm going to make this really fast. So I had, one of the questions was about liability, but we've already covered most of that. I think I am a little concerned as well that we need to evaluate heavily on what we've placed in, if that's going to be enough. The second one was on slide 28 about the nonprofits. I was going to see if organizations like Mevita were already included within this round.
Councilor Beta, the organizations that are included are organizations which already have a fiscal agent agreement approved and in place with us. The two I can think of off the top of my head are going to be Mesilla Valley Community of Hope and La Clínica de Familia. Am I missing any, Leanne?
So, Mayor, Councilor, sorry, Beta. I'm used to looking over here. I apologize. I was going straight over here. I'm just a habit. So the one that you're, Mevita,
yes.
So just recently we've talked with Mr. Peely and they've asked for a request, I think, for an additional $50,000. And you will notice that will be coming to you. That's not a capital, that's for their operating. And that will be coming to you in the May resolution as an add-on, as a change from the budget.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my last one was about, I guess, just kind of crafting out the differences with items that are put in the budget that are items that do not have increases. I think we kind of talked about this before, that some items are in there and they're not really a true increase from how it's labeled as a priority. What I'm looking at within the parks, we did have like Tony Gomez Park. We know that there was already $40,000 in this year to fund that, but was there anything else put on, and how do we catalog that? Because that was already money that was kind of budgeted out for this fiscal. So yes, it is for next year, but it's a carryover then, not any sort of true funding or increase for that. And so I'm looking at that in terms of equity for those areas that need significant improvements.
Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, yes, it was a carryover. We just wanted to show what was actually being funded or in the process for those council priorities. Sarah, do you have something else you want to add?
Councilor Abeyta, the project on the CIP listed for Tony Gomez Park is for the master plan. So additional funds cannot be allocated until the master plan is finalized to determine the infrastructure needs required.
Okay. And Fringer was also listed on there. And so is there any designation for funding for Fringer then?
So Fringer is part of the Tony Gomez master plan. So it's not called out specifically in the title, but it is part of that master plan.
So then both parks then, they share the master plan, but when we look for budgeting, then can it still go within one item, or will we be having to designate per park?
Councilor Abeyta, we will address that once the master plan is completed. That way, once we have identified the infrastructure needs, we will have a clear and concise plan as to those. We may lump them together, or we may separate them, and that will be left up to the determination of the Parks and Rec Department at the time of their next CIP submission, post master plan completion.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple follow-ups for you, Sarah. Can you give us, first of all, I was like going to ask you about legislative appropriations, and then I realized you have it in that tiny little italics, which is perfect. Thank you. So all of those 2022 legislative appropriations, I see them on the FY24. That's when they go into effect?
Councilor Bencomo, almost. We cannot move them into that green column, the FY23 column, until they're actually funded. So right now, because they are pending, we have them listed in the next outer year, but we will move them inward during the acceptance. So Amy Johnson-Bassford, our grants administrator, will bring forth the acceptance of the grant, and you will see the amount in the green column increase, and you will see the amount in the FY24 column completely go away.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the Amador Hotel, funded for 2023, it's about 2.14 million. Is that, can you remember where that's from?
The Amador Hotel current funding, or FY23 funding of 2.1 million, is both from grants as well as a portion from TID.
Okay, that's right. And then can you just give us a quick update on the skate park? And in terms of like this funding, and if we think it's going to get completed and finished?
Councilor Bencomo, do you mean specifically to the funding itself, or are you asking about a project status report as to whether it's in plan, design?
No, honestly, do you think this amount of funding is going to cover the entirety of the project?
I would like to defer to a member of Parks and Rec if there is one. Sonia Delgado's on her way, thank you.
And then, yes, eventually, Mayor, I would like to get a project status report. It doesn't have to be today.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Councilor Bencomo, are you talking about the current project right now or the new? There's two of them. Or you want information on both?
New one.
The new one. We do have funding that's coming in so that we can do design for the new one, and that will be, it's been in the master plan for the new East Mesa Public Rec Complex, so it'll go there. And then we currently have funding that we're moving forward with right now. We're finishing up negotiations with the contractor to renovate the current existing park, and that should be happening. That's going to carry over into the next fiscal year, but it should get completed this calendar year.
And so you think this funding will be enough for both of those projects, each
for
of them?
We have two
for
separate
the renovation.
pots. We have enough money for the renovation,
Okay.
and then we'll have enough money for the design.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Sonia, don't leave yet. Just a quick question. So are you still working with the university, or that didn't work out?
No, Mayor, that one didn't work out.
No, okay. Okay. Have anything else, Matthew?
No, thank you all for your time. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you here on May 16th. If
Okay,
there's
good.
no more
Well, then
questions.
entertain a motion to adjourn.
No, Mr. Mayor, look, I think Srijana wanted to address something.
She was just moving from one chair to the other. That's
No,
all.
she did. And when
Yeah, see, she said no.
when she speaks, you listen. She's better than E.F. Hutton.
I think you and I are the
Mayor,
only ones in this room who know
Council
who E.F. Hutton is.
Srijana Besson.
Yeah, because you're not 20.
Mayor, Councilor, thank you for that. No, I was just going to try and address the question earlier about prioritization, and just to let you all know that that is something we will be looking at in the new CIP process of how we look at projects through an equity lens and all the priorities that City Council may have. So I was just going to give you a heads up on that.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Any other questions? Entertain a motion to adjourn. Then.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Graham. That we adjourn. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the work session. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Do you want to change that vote, or?
Does it have to be unanimous? No. Well, then more reason to say no. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, it's 5:41 p.m. We're adjourned. And then we have our agenda setting meeting here. Okay, this is the agenda setting meeting for the May 2nd, 2022 City Council meeting. Number 1, non-consent.
1 non-consent.
2, non-consent.
2 non-consent.
3, consent.
3 consent.
4, non-consent.
4 non-consent.
5, non-consent.
5 non-consent.
6, consent.
6 consent.
7, non-consent.
7 non-consent.
8, consent.
8 consent.
9, consent.
9 consent.
10, non-consent.
10 non-consent. And that's it. Yeah, thank you.